afternoon, good evening to everyone involved. How are you guys doing? Let me readjust this down just a little bit. There we go. But yeah, how are you guys doing? So yeah, as you guys probably know, you guys, as you guys all see, yeah, got a few more emotes to enjoy. Um, yeah, well, obviously, I'll get to it. Get to it. I did just kind of wake up like 10 minutes ago, but yeah, some new stuff. Yeah, few new things coming through. Few other stuff on the way. I'll get through as much of it as I can, and yeah, be what it be. So yeah, how are you guys doing? Um, so yeah, can't say that I woke up all too well. Like my neck is completely messed up at the moment. It's a classic case of me like probably just a classic case of like literally me like swirling around like my bed because apparently I do that a lot. And yeah, woke up the left side of my neck feels completely uh so but yeah, it happens. So but yeah. So yeah, as but yeah, going back to the emotes, I had a lot of good stuff. I was where did I begin? So I guess one of the this was definitely unintentional, like a bit of an unintentional advantage, but it's like one of the earliest instances I kind of realized was that like when your VTuber model is currently literally just like more or less a cat. Granted, a long cat, but when it turns out like when it's a cat, it turns out you can there's a lot of pre-made emotes that you could kind of um, find over in like places like Etsy. So it's like and I was as I was like kind of scrolling through, seeing like what else I could kind of sort of add in the meantime to kind of like help variate the streams a little bit. I was like, wow, there are a lot of cat emotes. And not only that, like there was a good amount that kind of there was like a good lot of them that kind of just actually looked like the model I had. I was like, wow, that's insane. To put it lightly, But yeah, I was like, so yeah, that's why I kind of said like on my like over my server announcements a few days ago that these weren't like commissioned emotes because as it turns out, it's like again when you're being I guess when your model's literally a cat, it's like, damn. Oh, Snarko. Oh, Snarko, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub to Chris. And speaking of all Snarko, again, I already said over on Discord, but yeah, a huge personal thanks for this particular emote because I absolutely love it. I mean, I guess that's to be expected, right? Because when you tell someone that you want, I don't know. I guess coming from someone that just loves the flush emote, it just is really, I don't know why. I just find it very funny. So I was like, so yeah. But for those who don't know, Snorkel was the one that commissioned it to Brooke, who made this model, who made the emote, and I was like, and damn, did she cook on that? So yeah, I love it. It literally just looks like it literally just kind of looks like if you're stuffing like a long docky pillow or something, or in this case like a long cat plushie into the toilet. And you're just seeing it spin around. I love it so much. And yeah, and of course from what Brooke told me, apparently Snorkel, you also had asked her to put the words "got your balls" on the toilet seat, and most cases, I feel like I should be offended, but I strangely am not. Maybe I just kind of accepted my fate that Brooke was gonna take my balls regardless, but I love it regardless. So yeah, thank you again, Snarkle. This is a great emote. I appreciate you commissioning that for real, for me, like for real. So, but yeah, I was like, but yeah, that was, I don't know, I love it. No other words to really describe it, but he just suggested it. It was up to her to. Well, I mean, here's the thing. Brooke was going to. I figure like when it comes to like a toilet emo, I think she just kind of wanted to put it in there. I think she had said like she had told me like she thought I'd be upset with it. I was like, what's there to be upset about? It's literally me spinning in a toilet. How can I not love it? And also, yeah, I'm sorry about. Also, apologies. But yeah, hello to everyone that just kind of came. That's coming in. I yeah, I'm still trying to like wake up and whatnot. But yeah, the days where I'm just like wow. So, oh, but yeah, yeah, more or less. So yeah, new set of emotes coming in. I have a few more coming. I have a few more coming by in the coming weeks. Well, two in particular. So, um, those will also kind of be commissioned. Like Brooke is also kind of working on that. I commissioned that myself. So there's a few things I know, a few emotes I know she could do well that I definitely want on my stream, and I feel like yeah, as I'm finding out, yeah, commissions definitely are like the key to well, the key to most things, I guess. So get care for it. Thank you. I did take the hydrate too, so. But yeah, not. But yeah, things. Yeah, things be seem to be going on the up and up just a little bit. So it's certainly something. I was money makes things happen. When enough money can make almost. Yeah, that's the unfortunate. Well, that is a bit of the unfortunate truth of the world that we live in. Naturally, you know, like in order to get the things we want, in order to like make stuff happen, naturally we kind of need to have the right funds for it. But in the case of emotes, in the case of everything else, like for the benefit of the stream, it's always gonna be worth it, no matter what. So at the end of the day, if it's helping improve like the element, like the experience that comes with the stream and whatnot, that's how it's then that's money well spent at the end of the day. So ideally though, like for certain other things, like if you have the know-how, like and there's always an opportunity to learn like certain things. But if you have the know-how and you think you could do it, by all means go for it. So like if you knew how to, if you're an artist, like you know how to draw, and and you're able to kind of like make your own emotes, and like why not go for it? And other stuff like if you have the like if you know how, like in my case, like if you know how to edit videos, and it's like why not give it a try? So it's certainly stuff like that they kind of have to think about, that's for sure. So, and if you're down for trying it, it's like why not go for it? What do the fleas look like? Well, I have yet yeah, that's kind of the thing. I've kind of yet to kind of figure out how to I kind of yet to figure out how to like how that will look, because at first glance I'm thinking fleas, but like just regular old fleas, but it's like that doesn't make for a good community look. So I mean, or at least it doesn't stand out as much. So it's like I have to kind of think about that. Also, I'm not quite of an artist myself, so it's like it's kind of even hard to kind of interpret that. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I'll talk to someone. Maybe they could kind of sketch out the interpretation that I'm trying to go for. And and at the end of the day, it's like if things go out well, turn out well, then we'll see how it goes. And also, yeah, as I say, hello to Tolerant Walden. What's good? You can use regular fleas, but then oofy it to the extreme. That's kind of what I'm thinking too. I mean, But I was also thinking, how do we make something like fleas cute? But I guess you, theoretically speaking, you could oofy the hell out of everything. So, you know, like for example, I don't know, like you see those cats that are like that have no fur. I get, they're generally ugly looking, but it's like there's a strange way they're also you can also kind of make it cute, but also in a natural sense they kind of are cute in like a weird way. I don't know. Classic, so I guess it's like a classic, so ugly they're cute type ordeal. So something like that. So, um, but yeah, it's been something. so so yeah, just made it just make it bread loaf shaped, give it big eyes, and what the okay. So yeah, I mean the emo that's more of a reference to because over in Bobby Brooks' community, there's a person named Bread who theoretically is a VTuber but hasn't yet to make a debut. I don't think he's ever given like an exact date of a debut, but yeah, I saw this email and I was like, I need to have this too. Why not? Right? Hey PNG, welcome in. So, Icadologist bot. Uh, I assume you have something to do with this Icadologist. And is that an actual bot? Should I be concerned? It'd be, I guess. You'd eat that bread. Well, who doesn't love a good old fashioned bread? Like who doesn't love bread that could like that has the moves like that? You see bread swinging around a pole like that, it's kind of hard to not want to eat it, right? So, just testing out the account. I'm curious though. It's like it's a real bot account, right? Like out of curiosity, because that's pretty wild actually. Thinking about now. So, sorry. Still just throat. I guess is still being like, still has been like sore the last couple days. I was hoping like, which is strange because like I've kept my talking mostly to somewhat of a minimal thing, but it's like it still has not gotten to the point where it feels like it's been recovering or whatnot. So if it sounds like I'm a bit low sounding, apologies in advance. It's been a week. Oh, so right now it's just a normal count, but it hasn't been like fully modified, right? So yeah, no worries. There aren't really real bot accounts. You just make a specific account and run bot. Yeah, technically speaking, but most of the time they tend to call it bot accounts regardless. So yeah, anything can be a bot account if you bot hard enough. The bigger bots work the same. Yeah, I kind of figured. I guess theoretically speaking, you can make bots out of just about any account as well. So, but yeah, it is what it is with that. I'm cool. I mean, I'm cool with it as long as they're not like going full on like Twitch bot, like the way, like as long as they don't like go full on like say spamming out like weird messages or like saying like full on or like leaving weird links. Like I guess in your case, Ecologists, it's all good. So no worries. I know Wolf. For those who don't know, like Wolf with Sword, like fixture over in Ellie's community. He one time was like hanging around Brooks' stream, and I remember he randomly brought in like his fellow quote unquote Wolf pack, as I always call, like Wolf with shield, Wolf with I forgot what other weapons. I remember that, so I was like, damn, our community, our community is like insanely gifted. Thinking about it now. You made the bot account for Mix It Up. Yeah, I figured. No worries. And also Valeris, welcome in. Yeah, a lot of technologically gifted people, like the code bugs in general for sure. And I'm like, which is always it's always a sight to see. And I'm thinking like, damn, I really am not that technologically gifted in comparison. I mean, at best, I'm much better at video editing, so take that for what it's worth. But yeah, some of them like literally can make like full on, like full on, like they make a whole array of projects that are just like so pretty insane when you think about it, like to the casual viewer. You're not technologically gifted either, but yeah, you know, I mean, even then, like just the ability to make a bot account, I always kind of assume is just like that's pretty talented in its own way. Because there's no way I would ever do that, or at least I wouldn't know the know-how of doing that. So it's like, you know, you're not envious of all those insane props Wolf has on their. I have not actually seen what Wolf has on his wall. I've heard a lot of stories regarding Wolf, but you know, so I know of the napalm story that I know for sure. But it's like I've also heard a lot of stuff, but I also know that he's also incredibly good at his work. So he's the 1% kind of people. Yeah, it came across that way too. It- it's also kind of yeah. It's also nice because he seems like he's a bit of a character himself, admittedly. So it's like it's kind of a shame that he's not streaming as all like if at all. So because I feel like I think he definitely has become like a bit of a character within the whole Ellie lore. So as well. So yeah, would love to watch him stream one day. But yeah, other than that, you know, just and I guess on that topic, it was like it's always interesting seeing like other people that have their like own particular lore stories like within the community, like those stuff that isn't really like as known, but it's like those within the community they know, you know. Like for because like for example, like Wolf is like a lot of the code books know Wolf, and it's like not a lot of people outside know it, but he became a bit of a character in his own right. Or like, or I guess I was gonna also use Honey as an example, like you know, her mod, like one of her mods drum, you know, now yeah, it's like I guess I've always kind of been big on like the secondary small. It's kind of weird calling them a secondary small because a lot of them are about as important to like the streamer, if not like even more so. So it's like, you know, or like people who knows that shouldn't get the guy that clips people. I I think that's the funny thing. It's like it's weird, kind of being that particular guy, or at least being. And again, not a situation where I'm trying not to toot my own horn, but it's like it's kind of weird, kind of being in that position, admittedly, even more so. So, you know, Wolf gives off pirate software vibes. He certainly he certainly has a soothing speaking voice, kind of like Thor. So Shinsuke doo doo doo, Shinsuke doo doo doo, Shinsuke. So. Yeah, I agree, Kirby. I agree. Well, your reputation's either gonna be the Clipper Man or the Uppies Man. Right now, it's kind of at both. I don't think I think thankfully I should be thankful right now that the Uppies lore is not spread beyond just the community, certain communities. Although something tells me that this is not going to be the case for long. Certainly is not going to be the case. And welcome in, Minori. Yeah, Kirby is another known person in our community, rightfully so. It's like, yeah, I think it's more like, yeah. I mean, Kirby, you did contribute a lot. For example, like you literally gifted like a lot of people, like a lot of particular models, and I know a lot of them love them. And even stuff you gifted to me that I haven't like fully properly shown off yet. You know, I know they're gonna be great. And I definitely gonna try that out as soon as I get a lot of other stuff kind of like ready to go. So, which by the way, thank you again. I can't. Yeah, again, I can't wait to try it. So, I try it out. I'll only mention because I know you come to lurk and shit. Koi's playing BB. Yeah, I heard. I heard Koi was kind of having some. Was kind of having a lot of having some health related issues, and last I heard of like she kind of well, as she kind of announced, I heard it was like pretty. It was somewhat serious. So it's like I am. Yeah, I hope Koi does. I hope Koi gets better. And PNG very well. I do tend to lurk a lot, and like a lot of her streams as well. So it's like, you know, she's always fun to listen to. I hope she is doing well. Yeah, so yeah, that's the hope. Never want to wish the worst for anybody, regardless. Hey, Black, what's good? She's had some health issues, but was also moving. She's been to the doctor, started new treatment. She's moved. Oh, okay, awesome. So, yeah, I'm glad she's doing well. So, and yeah, I wish her nothing but the best. I think I heard. Sorry, I could have sworn I heard a car honk out right outside my door. But yeah. Anyways, eyes chasing the lunk. Well, have a good one, eye. AKA, yeah, I know what you're talking about. It's all good. Yeah, someone is honking outside my door. Well, not at me, but I'm thinking because I live in like a series of apartments. I wouldn't be surprised if someone's just being like a complete ass about it. Oh well, it is what it is. Yeah, I was gonna say because I think I kind of also noticed it from the last stream. Like just playing in lurk, it's like it's fine. Yeah, so you know exactly what you did. I wouldn't doubt you one bit, PNG. But yeah, yeah. so yeah, I was also kind of thinking about some other element aspects too this week. As much as I've been trying to like balance as much as I can, I'm starting to realize like trying to maintain like three or four aspects of your life is a lot harder than it seems. Cause I kind of knew it wasn't gonna be easy going in, like doing between like between streaming, between clipping, between like my IRL job and like everything else in between. It has. I kind of knew it wasn't going to be easy going in, but admittedly, it has actually been getting just a tad bit more difficult. I think, and a lot of it is because like, and I don't know, a lot of it is just because my actual IRL job is starting to become like even more, for lack of a better term, probably annoying to deal with. you know, like it's not the hardest job, but it's also like, it's one of those situations where, like, without doxing too much, it's like it's because the job I have, job I have. It's not like a climbing up the ladder type of ordeal. It's about like as dead end of a job as it could possibly be, and I kind of knew that going in like years ago, but it was like I don't know. To me, it's like if management sort of if management doesn't even makes it pretty obvious that they aren't even trying to improve like other people, like prove what they're doing for the sake of like the people that are working for them, it's like it makes working like so much more annoying than it needs to be. So, and yeah, it's just been like, and like I don't know. It's like the element. It's like the thing about just going through like jobs in general. It's like if you're working, it would be like a low end job or high end or like a high paying one. It's like if the management is going to be as shitty as can be, it's like what makes and it's like what can you possibly do at that point? And I know the obvious options. Like I could quit. I could go look for another job, like another job and whatnot. And it's like it's nice enough, but it's like you're at the same time you're kind of also concerned about other stuff. It's a situation where it's like you like where I don't know. To me, it's like a situation where I don't need to. Where I'm probably like better off without the job, but it's like you kind of can't help but want to stick around because like you've been there for a while, and it's like you're kind of used to it. And I think that was kind of the issue of just like too conform. Like I'm just kind of too comfortable with it, I guess. So, but yeah, I was. But I think at some point, it's like I definitely need to start figuring out what I should do with that. At the very least, maybe it's because I feel like it's either gonna end with me quitting the job and looking elsewhere, or I ask for a reduction of hours and make slightly less money off of that end. And I was like, damn, what can I possibly? It's like, yeah, stuff to think about, IRL stuff to think about. It's like, yeah, but I have taken notice of that because it feels like the I don't know the somewhat negative elements also start like affecting like how I'm able to kind of do stuff on this end and on clipping because it's like I'm just like that. I don't know. To me, and I'm not. Won't try to go full on rant on this, but it's like when you're just like dead ass tired for your IRL from like that. I don't know when something's like as negative, like makes you feel like completely. I was gonna say negative, but like over when something has you feeling overworked, it's like you're just tired. It's just eventually starts affecting other elements of your stream. And it's like, what can I possibly? It's like, damn. I don't know. Maybe again, the concept of balance is like really has been like a really recurring theme this year, and it's even more so, you know. So, but yeah. Also, time to go viral full time streamer. I would love to kind of just stick to like content creation for like there's nothing I would probably love more at this point but to go full on content creation like full time, and it's like but that could also be a very volatile. It's also like a very volatile type of position where a lot of it's going to be dependent on how much content you're willing to put out, how often you're willing to like stream or like put out stuff on YouTube, you know. And a lot of it kind of has to kind of do well in that regard. So, and I know I'm not particularly in a position where I can make that a full time thing. So it's like I don't know. You're in a similar place where I know where you know what you can and can't get away with doing it more. But my job is no upwards mobility or compensation. So, but you know you have the ability to leave. That it would be an inconvenience to your boss. And while I couldn't give less of a shit company, I like your direct. Yeah, it's certainly it's certainly like a thing that I imagine other people have kind of dealt with or are dealing with now. And it's like, yeah, it, and with me, it's like I've been with this job for like a little over 5 to 6 years, and it's like, same position. I just I could care less about like the overall company, but it's also a situation for me because like my manager is about as is. I could also kind of care less about my manager, but it's the people that I kind of work with, like the coworkers and the people that I cater to, that I really love, because at the very least I'm helping them, you know. And so it's like we're in for each other type of ordeal. So get a new job, but you don't really do anything on a month of training, but they still have to pay you in the meantime. You look for a dirt job to do. I have to kind of I think it's a situation where I definitely need to kind of start settling in, like start planning out something for like for the next month or two. I don't know. I think again the issue is like it's not too like management sucks over all in all, but I love working the coworkers and the people within there. You know, like the smaller people. You know, like the smaller people. You know, like I'm doing. You know, so near the end of the semester, mean the consequence of that means I haven't slept for more than 4 hours a night. Last wouldn't be able to be a function content creator on top of that. Yeah, and for me, it's like I. Sorry, voice is getting a little raspy. So hold on one sec. I think that's a little better. And also, hi, honey, how are you doing? But yeah, it was a situation where I was like, for me, it's like I've been getting a lot of sleep, but it's like a lot of it's like sleep, but it's also a bit counterproductive because I would probably rather spend some of those hours literally just editing clips. That's why I found myself really enjoying more than anything else. So always be in training on probation, never commit to full time work. Yeah, at the end of the day, like, think we kind of realize. I think not just me, but like all my other coworkers start realizing that management really doesn't really care too much. Obviously, they just kind of care about the bottom line, saving costs, while they kind of also expect their workers to kind of commit 110%. And that's a model that's never going to work, regardless of what job you do. You know, so. Oh yeah, I just saw this on TV. Well, but this is nice. Um, Being at your job for 8 years, yeah, it's yeah. Again, when you've been there for a long time, you eventually kind of settle in, and you just kind of start. You kind of become a bit of a fixture, which I guess, which you know, in the case of like a low end, like a dead end job, is probably ideally a situation you don't want to be in. So it certainly is a choice. So and understandably so. I don't know. I think a lot at the end of the day is just like, it's hard to say. I think it's. I'll probably keep you updated on that later. Assuming something happens later on in the month. So I think. But yeah, I feel like I have to kind of make an adjustment there because it's kind of gotten to the point where I feel like it's starting to affect my production and like other stuff. Like in particular, just um, I think yeah, in particular, just how my mentality. I think my overall mentality just going into like both streaming and just like doing stuff on YouTube. You know, because now it feels like I'm just like always tired. I'm always like doesn't feel like as like worst case scenario. I mean, it hasn't gotten to that point, but I feel like it's going to get like it might get bad to the point where like if I start feeling like I'm not having as much fun, it's gonna start affecting. It's gonna make me feel overall negative. And you never want to feel that obviously going in to stuff like that, like going in to like streaming or anything, because even when you try hard and like not to let that affect other you yeah at some point it might end up manifesting itself. I don't know. It's just kind of stuff that I see, you know. I don't know. For me personally, like if I was ever feeling like negative or moody in any way, and even when I try hard not to kind of feel as like even if I try hard like not to like let it affect like the experience of like or you know I feel like I can't help but feel like that'll probably creep out in some way, shape, or form, you know. So yeah, that is a yeah. That's definitely yeah. That's certainly Connie coded. That's for sure. I somehow I can imagine you doing this, honey. So, yeah, yeah. You definitely you definitely would, dude. Next TwitchCon, yeah, I would if I ever see you doing that, I think I'd just be literally dead. but but yeah, other than that, honey, I hope you've been well. So, it is what it is. Mm-hmm. Sorry, taking another sip here. Hope you're having a good day. You're doing good. I'm glad to hear, honey. I'm doing okay for the most part. Left side of my neck feels a little weird, but just regular cat things. I'm sure. Of course, honey. Of course. Can't go through one stream without being given uppies. I know this is the life I chose. this is what this is what happens. So, but yeah. Which, by the way, I have to point out that uppies emo has gotten so much traction. Now every time I go into like some of my other friends' streams, they literally just give me that. They literally put that in there every single time. Like every time I come in, just like even for a simple lurk, I'm like, hey, what's going on? And yeah, they grab me up, they they probably wiggle me around, saying, "Oh, look, it's a cute long cat," and I'm just yeah. That's why part of me really loves emo, because this is about as accurate of a description. This is probably about as accurate of a face that I give to no end. V's emo is gonna be the top used channel emo in your. It has. I mean, it already has, for what it's worth. It really has been. Like already as it is. It's wild. It's wild how. Okay, I literally. Okay, obviously. I have tried my best to try to keep that down, quell people try and tell them as much as they can that I do not love uppies. They don't need to give me uppies. I don't hate the concept of uppies, but it's like I give, but you don't need to give me uppies particularly. But chat being chat, it just happens the way it is. Of course. No, I see. Also knows. Yeah, I'll admit I do love the flush emote though. I feel like that's actually fun. I don't know how I feel about the plunger in the head, but I consider it a safety helmet of sorts. So you love these new emotes? I love them too. Uh, the I've mentioned before, it was like I guess one of the unintentional benefits, like when your identity is literally a cat, is like there are a lot of cat emotes around that a lot of like that's like I mentioned before, like these aren't like specifically commissioned, but it's like these I just happen to find and like I just happen to find like there's like a lot of pre-made emotes for a lot of cat pre-made cat emotes, so I'm like a lot of them just happen to kind of fit this look. And I love them. They actually look really good. A lot of these are good. How can we save you from flush without uppies? Maybe I don't want the uppies. Maybe I would prefer being flushed down the toilet. Of course, as you can tell, that's gonna be easier said than done. But that's what makes it a fun ride. Wouldn't you want to spin around in circles? Enjoy it. I I have no comment on the guy your balls words. The words. I got no comment on why the toilet seat says "got your balls," but that's all I. You spin me right round, baby, right round like a record player, right round, round, round. I love that track too. But yeah, I do love the new emotes. I have a few more coming on the way. Just just a matter of just I had commissioned Brooke for like at least two more emotes, so those will be coming in the next couple weeks, and just a few more. I did ask Brooke, whenever she's got the time, whenever she's like whenever she's able to have time, like yeah, just it'll be ready whenever she's done, and it's like yeah, see how it goes. Brooke, I think Brooke just has to have a little signature thing on them though, like wacky having David's debut. You know the whole tramp stamp on Wacky's emo is still pretty wild. Think about that. But you know, it is true. I mean, Wacky did kind of play a role in making sure David debuted on that, you know, for David's debut. So I can't say I'm surprised. You spin me around, discover when? Oh God, let's hope that never happens. I'd be the first to tell you that I sing very horribly, or at the very least, I don't sing as well. I like to think I would love to sing like I would love to do a few karaoke song covers, but it's like, eh. Who would really want to hear me sing out of tune, off track? There are a lot better singers that could literally sing off. That could literally sing like without even thinking twice. Like, and they'd sing well. You know. I love to hear you. Okay. Again, I don't recall. Again, Chris. Wink, wink. I don't recall ever singing, ever. Wink. The one again. Maybe I kind of wish that I kind of could. I would kind of wish the model could blink, because then you let me wink or blink in general, because you would at least would let you know. But yeah, I mean, I could probably hum a decent tune, maybe do a little casual here and there, but yeah, I mentioned before, in order for me to ever do a karaoke, impromptu karaoke of any kind, I think I probably would have to have a few shots of tequila in me. Might have to coincide with like a drunk stream or something, and that alone would probably be like a sub goal of like be a monthly sub goal, or maybe even like a weird donathon or something. Yeah, definitely don't have the confidence or bravado to ever sing. that for sure. All right, sure, it never happened. And I'll never leave the salt. But see, Chris, you have to understand. I'm well aware of. I'm also well aware of subtle ominous stuff like that, messages like that, because I tend to do that as well. But let it be known, I don't think it has that same effect when you do that to another clipper. I will say that. I will say I'll let you know that, Mike, Chris. Sure, welcome in. But I'll keep in mind. I will keep that in mind. But yeah, new emotes, a few more on the way. Yeah, I do love how all these look. You know, maybe my inner thoughts right now, responding to Chris's comment. Yeah, yeah. So slowly but surely, and I was thinking about other stuff. Going into what I could possibly. It seems to be a recurring thing that I say a lot, but I'm always thinking about stuff that I could do to like improve the experience, you know, for a lot of stuff. Like be it when it comes to like clips, or like I don't know, or here, like when it comes to streaming, it's like yeah, just a lot of stuff to kind of think about. And yeah, other than that, I do think maybe at the very least, going back to the whole job thing, I probably should just start asking for a reduction of like working days, even if it means like a slightly smaller paycheck. It's like I don't know. I think I'd rather spend like a good chunk of my time literally just like doing full on content creation. You know? Because it, again, has gotten to the point where it is starting to feel a bit somewhat overbearing. So, like, at least other aspects, you know, of my life. So, yeah. Wow, you're sorry. Yeah, no, don't be, honey. Nah, this is definitely more of a me thing. Sorry, I was just kind of airing that out. I was airing that out not too long ago, so yeah, I don't know. I would rather kind of just like, sorry, that was more of an IRL thing situation on my end. So if you had the ability to do so, then definitely see if they will. Hope you're doing okay. I appreciate it, honey. Thank you. Yeah, no, I definitely should, because it's like my I don't know, my mentality going is like I'm always kind of willing to kind of like do, because the whole teamwork element, like it's a cliche thing that gets played out, but it's also pretty true. Like I really am going to like do what I can for the benefit of the team, or for crew, or for like some. But I wouldn't do it for the company, but it's like I would do it for the people that would, that's got my back as much as I give them my back as much as they have my back. So it's like, but it has kind of gotten back to the point where, yeah, I was kind of feeling like nowadays it kind of feels like I've been out of it every time I come back from work, and it's like, and half the time it seems like I just rather end up sleeping like 10 to 12 hour days for like 10 to 12 hours than doing something like more productive. Then when I would rather spend like a good chunk of the time just like, you know, actually working on like clips and stuff. So yeah, again, that's more of a me situation. I definitely feel like I feel like at some point it's gonna have to come to a head, and would have to like decide whether or not to like take a reduction of like work days, or just like, or even just like quitting outright and like finding another job. So, but yeah, so again, decisions to think about. It feels like kind of heading to that a bit. It feels like I'm on the verge of heading to a crossroads in that regard, but it happens. So, and yeah, I'll figure it out as I go. So, um, but yeah, I should at the very least, yeah, same scheduling so hard with stream content. Yeah, even more so like when half of it is like when half of it does involve you going to an actual hour, like an actual job. Yeah, it's like it does make scheduling a lot harder. And even for this week's schedules, like I kind of had to settle for like 2 confirmed streams, and with the possibility of like doing more in between, because there's no, my scheduling right now literally has no guarantee. Like beyond like the set days, but even then, like there's always times where I might have to be called into work or something. So it's like, yeah, it does make creating a set schedule a lot harder. That's for sure. Yeah, so understandably so, but it happens. So, but yeah, and then doing both makes you, trying to do, but you're having a lot. Yeah, that's kind of, I'm more or less in the same boat. Like a lot of like between this and like between doing content creation, between this and content creation, yeah, it has left me feeling like that, like literally dead tired near the end of the day. But a lot, again, I wouldn't be doing a lot of this if I wasn't having fun like in the process. It's like, and that's a lot, and that's how it should be. Obviously without it, it's like, what's the point? If you're not having fun at the end of the day. So, but yeah. So yeah, for now, I'm just gonna keep grinding, see how it goes, and yeah, having a bit of fun in between everything. So it's a good kind of tired, but it can turn into a bad tired if you're not too careful. Yeah, it's when you're tired after a productive day, like after being productive, like a very full productive day, like if you're feeling tired, yeah, it's like at least at least you've done like a lot, at least you've done like a lot of processes, like you've done the stuff that you needed to do. The bad tired would be like feeling completely worn out, and like not, and you just, I don't know. It's like the bad kind of tiring. I kind of imagine it's like feeling overwhelmed, like you just can't be bothered. You just would rather sleep. I don't know, stuff like that. Feel like you need to do more all the time. Yeah, certainly they certainly haven't made the process. It certainly isn't an easy process, but yeah, certainly you're certainly gonna encounter a few roadblocks here and there. That's for sure. uh, and yeah, I agree. I agree with Honey. PNG, you should take care of yourself because, yeah, if you're not, yeah, because you definitely should not be falling asleep at your desk. I admittedly, I have done that in the past, but that was like a long time ago. That was way before I started. Like, that was way before the streaming thing. And Tarn, well, thank you for the follow. Thank you for that. And also, Kid, what's good? What's good? I'm sorry you got scratched. It just happens, If he would be. But yeah, yeah. No, you're good. To be fair, I've scratched like over. Well, as you could probably tell, I theoretically have scratched over 2,000 faces. Some of them from the same person. Like probably a good 1,000 of those came from the same person. So it's all good. You just realized you were not following yet, Remedy. Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. I actually, there's actually times where I completely forget to follow someone too, and I'm watching them for like a good couple weeks or like even a month in. So I was like, damn. Barely Zod is barely any face. Zod's been scratched. Parker Fry now has been. I'm surprised. I'm surprised Parker Fry has a face at this point, because I think he contributed to at least like about 1,000 of those attempts. So it happens. It happens. But yeah. What else could I possibly talk about? But yeah, I think I do as well. I forget to hit follow. It's just funny once you're like somewhat familiar name in chat and you follow, there's an alert like, oops. Yeah, there's times where I completely, times where I completely forget to do that, and then there's times where I'm like I follow someone, and then I don't know, there's been a few instances where like I kind of follow someone for a while and then like I accidentally unfollow them. A lot of it occurs just because like okay, there is a bit of a funny story attached to this because like I kind of accidentally did this not once but twice. But sometimes like when you're on your phone and you're kind of watching Twitch, you're watching like some of your favorite VTubers, and someone's asking you to do something, or someone's asking for something, and they're like, "Oh shit, I gotta get this done now." So you immediately put your phone in, not realizing that you forgot to turn off your phone, and therefore you theoretically have left it on like Twitch chairs. Now there's a situation twice where I did that, and I also inadvertently unfollowed someone like before. So it's like, oh crap. And it's even funny because you don't mean to do that. It's like now no one knows that you've been following for like a long time. So it's like, damn. You just wait till you do it offline. Sometimes the streamer can see it. It's less. So here's the thing. I did actually do that. So So there's a funny story with this. I accidentally did this when I was watching Ellie's stream because I think it was around August. I think, I was just watching Ellie stream while I was at work. Someone had asked me that they needed help with something, so I immediately put my phone in my pocket and got to work. When I got back, I noticed I was checking through my Twitch. I was checking through my Twitch, my my followed list of streamers, and I noticed I didn't see Ellie, and I was like, "Wait, what happened? Did it? Did I get?" It was like, "Did I get banned?" Or did? Well, and it didn't occur to me, obviously, that I had left my phone on the whole time, and because I wear some rather tight fitting, like tight fitting, well, not too tight fitting, but like slim pants. I'm like, oh crap. It's because it's already like pressed into my pockets at that point. So I was like, damn. So, and I knew how embarrassing it could be if I hit the follow button while she was streaming, because I was worried that the follower notification was gonna pop up again. So I had so obviously wait till her stream ended, and I hit the follow. I hit the follow us. I was like, okay. I mean, granted, I would have loved to see, if in case anyone ever saw, I would have let her know that I was following her since May. Like at the very least, people would know, of course. And I also thought, like it should be good, nothing to worry about. Um, a few months afterwards, I was talking to, I was hanging out on Wacky stream. Wacky was talking about sorry. Wacky was talking about how he had searched his own name up on Google for some reason. I was like, I was a little curious, so I was like, I looked up so I typed in my name, my username, and one of the instances because, okay, one of the instances, like one of the first search results on the images, like the image search results, like one of the first instances I see it was from Ellie, and it literally said with the word, and it was like a tweet from her. And because I don't have Twitter, I wasn't aware of this, but apparently she had. But all in all, and I wonder if I have the screenshot of it, but all in all, she had found. It turned out, not only did she had found out that I followed her late, she ended up tweeting about it. And I didn't realize she had tweeted about it until like 2 3 months afterwards. So I didn't even know about this until like the last possible minutes. So I was like, oh crap. And you think about it now, I feel like I should have probably expected this, because I feel like I don't know. I was still at that point where I was like, I didn't think Ellie was gonna notice, but I probably also should have known that she would have noticed. so, so now she thinks. So I think now she thinks that I didn't follow her this entire time that I was clipping her until like later on. So you got people perceive so hard, yeah. And I also I feel like this is something that only Ellie would be capable of doing, and I feel like I should have known better at that rate. Because a few months in, you kind of start like getting to know her just a little more here and there. So it's like, yeah. Honey, see her scary. Well, I mean, honey, see her like most weekends, so it's like, yeah, no worries. Sacred. Oh god, we got the French emotes here. Um, but yeah, again, maybe the downside of not having a Twitter account is like not knowing what's going on in that particular aspect. Better not unfollow or I'll call you. You'll ignore. You're just kidding. You'll ignore. Okay. Well, funny you should ask. Funny you kind of mentioned that, honey. No, you're good. Here's another funny story. Yeah, that I mentioned before. This wasn't the first time I've done it because a few months like I think maybe October, November, I kind of may have accidentally also did that to you too. Because if you remember, I followed you back in June, like around the same time I followed Bo, and like because you guys were doing that collab, so I was like, I have followed you like from that long, but I was watching. But yeah, around late October, early November, I kind of had accidentally did the same thing to you. I was I was watching your streams. Someone asked me to help you, and I kind of accidentally did that to you too. If you ever check my phone, that's why it's like it's at late October. So, my bad, my bad, honey. You time for another Twitter call. You don't need to call me out. Listen, it's been months. It's been months ago. It happens. It happens. Yeah, exactly. Shit happens. It's all good. Also, I'm sorry for everyone else I haven't really said hi to, but yeah, hey Avatar, Bacon, Ilyano, what's good? Diamond, what's going on? But yeah, it happens. It happens a lot. You just know, but yeah, the tags. Okay, I to be fair, I did not put Uppies Enjoyer as a tag. I can assure you that. Not Uppies Enjoyer, I did put that. So Pilk, that's a long story. And something I would have to ask PNG about because I'm pretty sure this is PNG's doing. Pilk and Chill go hand in hand. Man, you love. Okay, I would never. Again, I never understand the concept of why people kind of like Pilk. I just never. I would never understand it. And I don't think I would ever enjoy it personally. Pepsi and for those who don't know, Pepsi and like Pilk is obviously Pepsi and milk. So yeah, I kind of figured this was during the Pepsi Man stream. It happens. But yeah, I was like, damn. Sorry, readjusting myself. Yeah, but Pilk is just I just never understand. I know PNG you mentioned it's no different from like like a what a Pepsi float like an ice cream float, but it's like still. I feel like there's a significant difference between ice cream and milk. Just the fact that they're both dairy doesn't mean that they're the same. You know, two significantly different items. That I assure you. But yeah, I was anyone actually ironically like yeah, PNG is a big fan of Pilk, and there's actually been a few people that actually has proclaimed their love for it as well. Yeah, I just never understood the concept of it. So I think you need to try putting cheese in your. Just tastes like Pepsi, but it's kind of. I mean, if I were okay, I just never understood the milk element. You know, does not mix well with rum. However, curdles the milk. Oh God, curdle. There's something so eerie about curdle milk. I don't know. Something about it gets me really badly. Even though it's technically, I guess, even though technically it makes a cheese, you know, but it's like still, it's just wild. So, don't think you want creamy Pepsi. Creamy Pepsi sounds like a bit of an oxymoron. Like, let's to be honest with you. Alcoholic soda cheese is not. Yeah, ideally it's not. So, but it is what it is there. So, but yeah. Yeah, it's. God, even the thought of curdled cheese is kind of makes me shudder. I don't know why. I think it's because I've seen it before like several times, and it's like shit. But yeah. Anyways, I'm gonna get another bottle of water. I will be back real quick, maybe like a quick minute or so. But yeah, because Daryl has not gotten any better. Like, or it's starting to get like ridiculously sore again. So, but in the meantime, you could stare at this pretty face, and yeah. Oh, way too big. Yeah. But in the meantime, you could stare at this pretty face, and I will be back in like a quick minute or two. So, yeah, be back. Sorry. Let me readjust this. There we go. A long cat tattoo. That is very interesting. I, I mean, I suppose there are worse tattoos that you could go about, but yeah. I don't know. I guess if you ever decide to get that long cat tattoo, I guess you can always use this as a basis, if nothing else. So, but yeah, on the topic of tattoos, I guess, yeah, I can't say I've ever had one. I've always kind of wanted one though. Yeah, it seems to be a recurring theme. I what I did hear, I did I did hear Honey talk about tattoos yesterday, but I was like, huh. Oh, oh, yeah. Surprisingly, as it turns out, I am a cat. The tail might be misleading, but apparently, I am a long cat. As it turns out, surprise. But yeah, anyways, yeah, not, but But yeah, I did overhear you were talking about getting a tattoo, and I was like, oh, yeah, more power to you. If it works for you, it works for you. You know, it's like it's the classic. Like if you want to put it's what you do with your body, it's like that's definitely on you. So I do have an idea for a tattoo that you want, but you haven't had extra money to put towards it yet. Yeah, that's for sure. It again, big some pretty big it's a pretty big undertaking. Well, I guess depending on the person in question, but you know. But yeah, the concept of tattoos, I always kind of want one, but it's like I also at the same time have family that get somehow really are somewhat very negative towards the element of it because I guess a lot of times they just kind of associate it with like with criminals, and it's like we live in a world where a lot of people have tattoos on, you know, at least one tattoo on them. So it's like, damn. So, and for me, it's like because I still have like family that live close by. It's like shit. I would love to have one though. I don't know what I would get, but definitely would love to have one. If you get one on your butt, they won't find it. When in doubt, right? That's why I kind of thought Brooke was pretty. That's why I thought Brooke was kind of. I'm pretty sure Brooke wasn't thinking about this, but I mean that's why I was kind of assuming she was smart when she had because she has like the Triforce tattoo on her butt. So, smart hiding places, right? I don't know. Theoretically, what would I? I don't even know what I would possibly put on my butt if I ever wanted to put anything on my. If I ever wanted to put like any tattoo design on my butt. So, love to have one where you'd love to have one where you usually wear your watch, having pie wrapped around your wrist. Sadly, not possible. Supposedly, I can only imagine getting tattoos like around the wrist area, especially like where the veins are. I can't imagine that feeling all too great. A goofy eye on each. Yeah, that would make for some interesting situations, if nothing else. Just put the word tattoo on your butt. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have some again very interesting. It'll make for some very interesting situations, some rather awkward ones, but it'd be what it'd be. I just hope no one ever makes fan art of that. That's all I'll say in this. Saw the video of the YouTuber that modified a 3D printer to do automatic someone actually did that? I mean, again, shouldn't be too surprised. People are capable, like anyone's capable of making modifying the hell out of anything nowadays. So, Emily the engineer. Yeah, I'll definitely keep that in mind. Wind out. Oh, yeah, wind out. Always let it be it. It's always Emily. I feel like tattooing is a bit more nuanced. Just putting against when you're no expert. Yeah, I can't say no for sure. But yeah, I mean, I guess again, a lot of it depends on how you see it. I guess if you see, if you see your body as a canvas in its own right, then I guess some people see in that regard. But again, I'm not much like you, Bacon. I'm not much of an expert either. So, and Zen, welcome in. Oh, in terms of automating it, yeah, not value. Gotcha. This will go hard. I mean, you can't go wrong with this. You can't listen. When in doubt, can't go wrong with the stare on your left arm. Showcase it to your friends. Yeah, they won't understand the context, but hey, it looks nice. Also, credit to PNG on that. Very accurate looking stare. that, yeah, when in doubt. But hmm. Just get knuckle tattoos of the various emotes. Yeah, just each one, just like on each knuckle, just happens to have like each particular emote. Like, let, let me put out an example. Yeah, just each knuckle just show. I mean, it would. I mean, I would definitely. I want to say I would do that, but I feel like that's also it's because it's ridiculously dumb, but it's also like, wait, knuckle tattoos. What says clip this? Oh yeah, it could fit. Oh yeah, it could fit into each knuckle. Yeah, just punch. Yeah, just punching my way through. Yeah, just punching my way through several people. Clip. Yeah, clip this motherfucker. Give a B. It also alternatively I would come across saying give you pie, which why would I give you pie? I'd rather be eating pie. You know? I see you got some nice new emotes. Yeah, a lot of great. Oh, yeah, we were in desperate need of more emotes. You know, even though I could probably theoretically survive with just uppies and like the orb and like I don't know the stereo mode for like a good while. Yeah, we definitely needed more emotes. You can't go wrong with more. You know, wind out, clip for life, clip for life. But yeah, a lot like yeah, a lot of new emotes. Only one was technically commissioned. Brooke did that one. All credit to her. But yeah, incursive fought wrapping down your arm. Not a furry, just a VTuber. That's so ridiculous. I mean, it's so oddly specific too. Like imagine having that till you're like to what you're in your 60s, 70s, 80s, and your fellow person tells you, what like what does that mean? It's a long story. And that's assuming you keep that on for the rest of your days. You'll have a story to tell your grandkids. Yeah, once upon a time, I used to be a long cat on the internet, and my chat used to give me uppies till the end of time. I was very angry. Hmm. Bark Fry, what's good? So, but yeah, I guess if nothing else, it'd be a decent story. So, yeah, it is what it is. I You're finally not busy, so you can spam uppies again. I will have, yeah. I mean, I guess the option's always there. I think your grandchildren can give you uppies when you're too old to get. I can't tell whether or not that's a fate worse than death, or if it's heartwarming. It was like very oddly heartwarming. Maybe a little bit of both. Maybe a little bit of both. They called me Iron Mouse in my heyday. I used to be the biggest. It was the biggest VTuber in the world. It is your destiny. Oh, God. I, I mean, it'd be pretty wild to actually get a tattoo on stream for. I don't know why I'm even thinking about this because this is something I definitely am not gonna do. But like, imagine someone like literally getting a tattoo because your chat told you that they wanted. Like, imagine me like getting that like not furry, just a VTuber tattoo, just because chat had demanded it. One day you will die and you will receive the ultimate ubbies to heaven. Okay, well, I mean, if it happens, it happens. I guess like if if whatever deity that you choose to believe, whatever if they wanted to give, if they decide to give me uppies, I guess I would have no choice in that regard, considering I'd be dead at that rate. But you know, hand marks on your underarms so people know the proper way to pick you. Yeah, that'd be wild. Also, on the topic of hand marks, on the topic of hands, I also kind of need to figure out how to implement some redeems. I wanted to bring the head pad redeem over, obviously, because I feel like a lot of people have that. But also, I kind of need. I also found an interesting other pair of hands that Brooke linked me to something that might be very interesting if I can implement it well enough. Like if I know how to implement it, I want to definitely put it in there. You guys probably know what it is, but I won't say it specifically. But yeah, you gotta get to. I do gotta get tits, shouldn't I? I should be getting. I should have a. I should get tits. Oh, I had a particular idea for a redeem. And I think if you and I may have probably I've already mentioned it before, but you know, if you know, you know. Uh, what's tits? Tits is the Twitch integrated throwing system. I believe that's the right acronym for it. I've heard about it, and yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I kind of forgot that they exist up until now. But yeah, maybe probably should get that. Feel like we definitely have a lot of fun with it. That's for sure. But yeah, I could use some tits right about now. Yeah, I kind of forgot that existed too. Which is wild because a lot of the streamers I watch actually have it. So yeah, use tits and mix up for. Yeah, I have mixed up as well. Yeah, been. I was like trying to figure out how to do redeems for that. There's also thick Twitch high intensity color changer. Cook up redeems to change different shaders on your model. Hmm. Yeah, I will keep that. I'll keep that noted down too. I got to do something in that regard, right? So, but yeah, I was thinking. So I was thinking about that, and nice. Oh, Coco has a really good tutorial for interrupting redeems with mix up on your. Yeah, I was gonna say I had mentioned this before, but yeah, when I was talking about mix up the other day, and I mentioned I'm not sure if I mentioned on stream. I kind of forgot, but I mentioned I found the one of the tutorials that Coco made for her redeems, and I was like, it's surprisingly very informative because it's also pretty more it's more wild because it's like it's so weird hearing Coco talk in a very professional esque you know voice because I'm so used to hearing Coco like being Coco's, if that makes sense. And then, yeah, Wacky, welcome in. Yeah, yeah, yeah. For those who don't know, yeah, Coco does have like a tutorial video on regarding Mix It Up, and like the way she speaks, the way she's talking there compared to how she usually talks on stream, it's like night and day. So the new emotes are finally, yeah, they are here. They have been released. So but yeah, I did watch a little bit of that. But and yeah, I'll try to implement. I'll probably try to implement at some point, like next month. So yeah, which isn't too far off, by the way. So yes, indeed. Mm-hmm. My yeah, I definitely cannot wait. I can't wait either. Again, I know a lot of my process is literally just like because compared to like other streamers, like a lot are just like have stuff like kind of ready out the wazoo, and it's like, for me, it's like I'm just doing one step at a time. But you know, so to me, it's like I'm in no rush. I'm in no slow, like, not like rushing to be like a like some sort of significantly big time streamer. You know, it's like just if it wins, it's right. Just be it has just is what it is. And thank you once again for the thank you for the hot care package, Underfighter. I appreciate it. That hit the spot. But yeah, I there's certain spots like where on my back where I kind of wish I could stretch properly, but it's like, it's definitely one of those hard to reach spots. You know, I guess when you're a long cat, like, and you can only reach your back so far, like when it comes to stretching. I cannot, and with these tiny little nubs that I call for hands, I cannot do shit. So, take that for what it's worth. But yeah, nah, in all seriousness, it's like, yeah, my back has been like, ugh. I want to say being old sucks, but that also kind of implies that I'm like old, and I'm not really old. Not even close to like regular old. So, guess you need someone to give you uppies and another one to scratch your back. Well, I could definitely. Well, back scratching would hurt. You become old once you get chronic joint pain. Yeah. Well, thankfully, it's not come to that point. But yeah, definitely. There's definitely instances where like, damn, I kind of wish I was like a teenager again or something. I know people who've been old since 15. Yeah, some people just like really, they just really age really fast. So it's like, it happens. I know. Wait. I think you should lower the time count and increase the timeout time when doing it. Yeah, there's still a free alternative for me when I go for. I mean, I know I have those two as options right now, but it's like at the same time I was thinking about retiring one or the other. You know, I would like the uppies redeem like that uses up channel points. That was kind of more of like me testing to see how things go, and seeing if that particular instance works. And I don't know, because I mentioned before at some point the command is going to have to be relegated to other stuff. So like it either gets moved or just like it's discontinued eventually. So if nothing else, right? So but it happens. Yeah, so stuff like that. Sorry, it's still been a very interesting morning. Just increase the time of upbeats to 2 minutes to remove spam and make it less active than just redeeming. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to like increase the timeout element to it. So that's for sure. Timed out. Yeah, it happens. Again, stuff I'll have to try out. Yeah, I mentioned before, like next couple weeks, probably the whole month. It's just probably gonna be me experimenting around with other stuff on stream, see how it goes. I have some ideas in mind. I was trying to figure out maybe it should like as far as both like redeems and like content and emotes, just because at the end of the day, you gotta be a variety streamer. You gotta try some other elements, right? So I was also technically thinking about React streams, but it's like I'm not a real. I mentioned before, I'm not a really good React Andy. Like there's some people that are really good at making stuff entertaining while watching videos and reacting. Me, I'm more. For me, it's like I was more along the lines of like, I just watch them like, huh, interesting, or something like that. It, I don't know. It's, I feel like could I could do something interesting with that, but haven't quite put my paw on it. So, could you have my first ever I mean, I'm down to adding it. I just kind of forgot. Just tell me what the emote is, and will make sure to add it. I recommend you react to a clip or notice. Yeah, I hear he's pretty aspiring. Hey, let's see. All right, let's see this emote. If it'll let me load. I noticed the 7TV site has been really like bugged out lately. Both like the old and the newer. Like both the old site and the new supposedly new site that they've been trying to implement or something. Heard he's very charismatic. I don't know about that, but at the very least I heard he's pretty decent. So some might even say he gets all the girls. Again, I might be a bit of a stretch. Yeah, figure out how to make them get. Yeah, it's I don't know. The 7TV site is just. To me, it's just been bugged out really badly. So, still waiting for the me y'all to be added if it already been. I think I had. I'm not sure why. I don't really have an issue with me y'all emo, but it's like I guess it really is like because I never really actually have placed me and y'all. I've never actually used me and y'all, so it's like I guess I wasn't thinking twice about adding it. So, but yeah, it'd be what it'd be. So, but yeah, as soon as it'll let me load. Okay, there. All right, tell you what, I will tell you what, Icodologist, I will add that. Even though I have been getting a lot more French emotes than I need to, but sure, I'll add it. There we go. Well, I'll add it just as a favor, So, hmm. I do. I do love how you've been Parker. I do love how you've been giving, been spamming the incorrect version of my name the whole time. So it's actually pretty funny. But yeah. Other than that, I think that's pretty much it for as far as like me yapping for like a good chunk of the week. Honestly, well, yeah, this would probably be very easy. Yeah, this probably would be very easy to animate. Doesn't take much, I imagine. Couldn't get software to find. Oh, well, it happens. Oh yeah. How everyone's been on? Yeah. Welcome in, X-Man. How are you doing? Oh yeah, there was probably one other thing you could talk about. So I think a few days ago, I think I was checking out Rhea's stream. I think she had mentioned like she recently like opened up her own clips channel, or she recently like started her own clips channel, and you read their new things. Yeah, we have new emotes. We have a lot of new emotes now. Yeah, so we just recently had that, but Yeah, I recently, yeah, was check out Rhea's stream like a few days ago. I think she mentioned she had started her own clips channel, and she mentioned, I think she had mentioned that she, because like, I think she mentioned one of the reasons why she wanted to like, well, not only because like her own streams like has like content worth clipping, but also because like she was watching other clippers like she had, you know, she mentioned my name specifically, which is kind of wild thinking about it. But at the same time, she had also mentioned that she can't really like watch 10-minute like streams because she's always like particularly busy. Like she's always got stuff to do, and she would kind of like prefer like 3 minute like stuff like shorter clips. And like it got me thinking in the concept like what would be appropriate for like when's it appropriate to do a 10 minute like to do a longer clip and when it was appropriate to do a shorter clip. You know, who made these emotes? They're cute. Um, well, the person that gave it out, like the person that made the emotes, they have an Etsy page, and they said, and as far as I'm aware, like they haven't asked for like credit beyond what was being paid out. But I could definitely credit the artist for this one. But yeah, let me check back to Etsy real quick. But yeah, those ones I ended up because again, when your identity is literally that of a cat, it turns out there are a lot of cat emotes you can find. You know, did you like the obvious gift? I did see that gift. I yeah, that was amazing. I loved it. But yeah, yeah. Let me try to find the artist at the very least, because I'm pretty sure that whoever made this also has a Twitch account. But yeah, I think as far as they didn't really ask for like when we buy pre-made stuff, like most of the time they don't really ask for credits, but I could definitely credit this one. Let me. It's just a matter of me finding it. So yeah, they. I don't really see their Twitch account, or they haven't really attached a Twitch account. But person that made it, the name is like Little Bug with an O. Yeah, so but yeah, they made those series of emotes. They had made like these are like pre-made emotes that were more or less kind of been ready, like that anyone could like theoretically buy. But it's like because this fits the because this kind of fits the identity for me perfectly. It was like a matter of me I definitely needed it. You know? So, but yeah, no, this yeah, but they definitely did a really good job of it. I love them. the, they made all of them except for again. They made all of them except for the flush model. Bobby Brook made that one. That was commissioned by also. I didn't commission that one personally. Austin Oracle did for me, which I appreciate. You know, is it just me or there's a weird noise in the back? Believe me, it's not you. Here's the situation. Yeah, it probably sounds like a printer. It really just sounds like it really sounds like someone's boiling water, like boiling tea or something. And that's not coming from my kitchen. That's literally coming from someone either like above. I think that's coming from someone above where I'm living at. Which is enough to tell me definitely don't have any paper thin wall. Well, my walls are definitely not as soundproof. That's for sure. Yeah, shout out Baldwin Brook. Yeah, no, yeah, it definitely wasn't you. I just have some really paper thin walls. So, but yeah, shout out to Brooke. Shout out to Little Bug. Who I'm curious to see if they have a Twitch account. But yeah, They're both the ones that made the emotes. I love them. There's more. There will be more on the way, and yeah, things be things. So, but yeah, uh, forgot what I was talking about. So yeah, I was thinking. So I was kind of thinking about like, how long are people willing to watch clips? I think most cases it doesn't really matter, but it just is really situational. But I was thinking about like, do people are people really willing to watch like longer clips? And again, a lot of it is going to be very situational. You'd watch a 3 hour clip. Yeah, I think something insane would have to happen for me to do like a 3 hour clip. So, like, for example, I don't know. I think a lot of it really just comes down to situational stuff. Like, for example, an LA clip, for me, it's like it's almost always gonna be like roughly around the 8 to 10 minute mark because it's a topic that either Ellie or Ellie or Bo or like or Ellie Bo should maybe like they're gonna talk about a particular topic for like a long enough that it's and I feel like it doesn't really long doesn't always mean dull or boring because obviously you know it because a lot of because a lot of it is because of what I'm sorry lost my train of thought but a lot of it's gonna be situational because like a lot of it will depend on what the person's talking about, how they're talking about it, So you actually watch a long clip if it's entertaining. Yeah, it again a lot has to happen for a long clip to like keep people engaged in that regard. So in case, at least in my case, I'm gonna watch clips if someone mentions to me something wild happened. Say like the times Zen brought cookies that were a bit funky, but that was because someone mentioned that happened. Mainly because most clips, yeah, my usual mo with like I want to say I've been doing. I want to say I've been doing what I can to kind of not be as clickbaity, because I feel like some of my thumbnails can be a bit, just a tad, just a really tiny bit, at least compared to most other clippers. They tend to be very like minimal when it comes to like clickbait stuff. So long clips equals metaphorical train wrecks you can watch. Short clips equals flame. Yeah, I think a lot of people tend to like watch short clips because like they just want to see the funny moment. It's like you know, but it's like at the same time, there's always a place for longer clips as well because you kind of sometimes there's some elements where you kind of need context. You know, like if I were to just like post, I don't know, like a 1 or 2 minute clip of like a funny moment to happen, it's funny, and I guess in a way, if it's taken out of context, it'd be weird and funny, but I don't know. It, but I guess for a long time, it's like I have been noticing I've been doing like longer clips in general. So, how long do you consider a clip an actual clip until they turn to a VOD or V? Honestly, I think like maybe like an hour. Like I think if something happens where it turns into like a I don't know. It really depends on the bits, and I guess it depends on like the conversation in general. Like for example, Bo did a Bo did like streams where he was taking the bozos to Disneyland or something. I wouldn't be able to clip that theoretically. I mean, theoretically I could, but it's like that literally is like the entire VOD. It wouldn't be as like you know like an hour max probably. It depends on the situation. But yeah, I could theoretically make a clip of Bo going to Disneyland with the Bozos for like an hour and a half, but at that point it was like you might as well just watch the VOD, you know. And it's like it's stuff like that where it's like I kind of wish where I could directly do it. I kind of wish I could do it, but I don't know. Certain bits like kind of make up the entirety of the stream, you know. So it's like unless you're kind of like condensing it down, it's pretty. You're probably just like better off watching them in that regard. Reposting Bo's VOD so you can post before it's the official VOD. I yeah repost. Yeah, I mean I don't know. I think, but yeah, I was just overall. I was like, how many people were willing to watch longer clips? And I was like, I don't know. I think there's definitely a place for long form clips. But yeah, I guess a lot of it, I guess, really comes down to the content that's on there and like the streamer, what the bid is and whatnot. So I did took into account because like I had noticed Rhea saying that she did prefer like shorter clips because for some people they're gonna be productive, they're gonna be busy with stuff that on their end. It's like she wouldn't be able to watch something like a 10-minute clip. I'm not sure why I took that like particular thing into account, but I don't know. It was interesting to think about. I watch videos that are like 16 hours long, so an hour clip really isn't that long. I mean, imagine me clipping like. Also, like another example, like stuff where you're just like better off watching a VOD, like the paint drying stream from Bo. Like that was like 8 hours. There's no way I would like. There's no way. I mean, beyond like turning into like a highlight reel, it's like you wouldn't understand the full experience of what watching paint dry for 8 hours would be like. Like if I were to just clip it down. So yeah, I don't know, stuff to think about. I was always kind of curious about how other people kind of preferred watching their clips. Some prefer shorts, and it's like, and also it's like for people that like react on stream, like most would probably prefer like 5 minutes or shorter clips because it's easier just because it's like everything's condensed down to that moment. Like they watch as they go and then they go to the next one. So, if nothing else, it's like it's really interesting. But yeah, I have noticed. But I also took into account my own clips, and yeah, a lot of them do kind of hit. A lot of them are just generally 10 minutes long, and not just like from LA clips. I noticed from other clips too. Sorry, stretching real quick. So yeah, I gotta actually go to the bathroom real quick. So I will be back. Uh, per usual, just I don't know. Don't give me uppies. Just stare at this pretty face and yeah. So I'll be back. Okay, I'm back. Ginger, welcome in. Welcome in. I will be flat out honest. I think some of your clips feel short and need to be. I mean, yeah, I mean, well, to be fair, I always kind of figured 10 minutes was like a decent medium at the very least. Especially the Ellie Shumi and Bo clips. Yeah, those three can absolutely. Like, as I've kind of found out, like whenever I do a clip involving like the three of them, a lot of them can be like, a lot of them do kind of circle back on topics. Like they don't really stick to one topic and go to the next one. They kind of like will go to one topic then to another, and then they'll kind of eventually shift back to, to the previous. So that's why it's like, and yeah, they kind of do recurringly like go back to a particular topic for a while. Yeah, so I think, yeah, if I really could, like if they were to ever like talk about one topic for an hour, I probably could like theoretically, like make a longer clip out of that. May Miss Bo, listen, Bo will return. Bo is going to. He's taking a break now, but yeah, he'll be back. Like I know the Bozos have been somewhat dealing with his lack of appearance this week, but he's still around. Like he's still on the Discord. He's still like hanging around. The fly clipping streamers that don't tend to translate their it's all over the place. Yeah, it's. Let's see. Wait, the plight of clipping streamers that don't intend to translate their content to YouTube. It's all. Yeah, it has been pretty. Yeah, it's been pretty notable for sure. All since the clips are now 1 hour compilations, except Rhea's. Those will be single sentence 5-second ones. Yeah, Rhea definitely seems like a short burst type of deal. I probably should get around to like watching more, like a little more Rhea, just especially like the moments where, even like the ones where like Bo's not around, because like Rhea's very funny in her own regard. Maybe just like remove some unnecessary context if it's an hour-long session with the same topic with Ellie, Bo, and Yumi. Yeah, it's a lot of it really is just like you kind of like a lot of it does involve like, especially when I'm like watching the VODs, I just usually kind of like have to make sure that I'm not like didn't miss out on a particular bit or something. I think the best example was like forgot what clip I did. I forgot the title of what clip I did earlier, but sorry, I'm gonna backtrack real quick. We said I don't think the Bozos really sacrificed too many Bozos. Well, but I would hope not. At the very least, the rioting has been somewhat limited compared to how it used to be. So I think things are doing well. Yeah, 3 times sacrifice someone 3 times. That's fine. It's the sacrificial count has been a lot higher. So you're good. Rey's attention span might be cooked. Well, yeah, I can only imagine. Still have some Bozos left, so not many were lost during this dark time. Well, so long as nothing's been burning, as long as like everything's somewhat intact, you guys are good. So, forgot what. Sorry, let me gonna backtrack real quick on one of the clips. Oh yeah, the guy Ding's platonic affection clip. That was like what, 30 minutes? Yeah, that was a lot. That was a lot to talk about on that end. That felt sure. Yeah, to be fair, there are certain stuff that I think they kind of eventually backtracked on that. Like they went back to the topic, and it's like, theoretically speaking, it's like it could have been an hour. It probably could have been like 45 minutes at least. But at some point, it's like, while context is key, it's like you also want to make sure you're not like, putting too much on, like you're not putting too much unnecessary stuff on there. Which with an LE, when it comes to like LE clips, it's like I feel like every little bit of context is kind of important. I don't know. Mm. But yeah, mm, a lot of it will depend on context, I guess. At the end of the day. Mm-hmm. And also, I mean, and also in that regards, like for those that kind of want to watch the whole VOD, and like if you, it's like for those that kind of want to watch like 2 hour, 1.5, 2 hour streams at that rate, you're just like better off watching the whole VOD. So, you know, in regard, well, hmm, I was gonna say, I did also take note about last Thursday's stream. That, not gonna lie, that kind of came out of nowhere. It's because I'm so used to seeing like a schedule put out from Ellie that's kind of whenever she does like an unexpected stream, it definitely throws me off by surprise. So, I did took note of that too. Very interesting experiment, by the way. All right. I'm not gonna lie. As much, even though I did technically say that I was gonna play Spyro 2 at some point, there, not. I'd be lying if there's a good chance I maybe won't be doing it. I don't know. Or maybe it should. I don't know. Is it just me or some VTuber named Dear Phil? Dear Phil. I I think that VTuber was called Phipps. Yeah, reminded me a lot of Ellie. I'm not gonna lie. Definitely has that. It's definitely very charming and interesting. Like one. Would love, definitely would love to get to know more about this Phipps person. Mediocrity, welcome in. But yeah, she's a banjo VTuber also. It's funny. It's funny how coincidental that happened. Like, a not very odd coincidence. We get two VTubers that play the banjo. Sounds almost very, you know, very similar in cadence. Yeah. So I did. But yeah, I was gonna say I was keen. I was gonna play Spyro 2, but I don't know if I'm gonna play it as long because, admittedly, the voice has been kind of. I was hoping like the week. I was hoping taking like 4 days off would kind of help improve the voice, but it's like, and without doing anything additional, but it's like, I don't know. It doesn't seem like it has really improved all that much. So, Phipps is your new favorite banjo VTuber. I I was, yeah, Phipps. I did enjoy Phipps. It also out of curiosity, I have to ask, and in relation to this topic, when someone tells you that you're on, when someone tells you that you're in an embargo or something, that means that you can't really post out certain stuff until a certain day, right? Like a review embargo or like a news embargo. Out of curiosity, because okay, yes, okay, because I'm kind of curious if I could tell this, but yeah, before when I got back from, because I wasn't aware that Ellie was streaming until like I got back home, like because I was working that day, so I was like I didn't know I didn't realize she was streaming last Thursday, but yeah, beforehand I got a message from Mabel that was who told me that you know probably wouldn't be clipping that from that stream because I think because again the process of like wanting to keep the integrity of the experiment because I didn't realize she was doing like an experiment regarding the whole thing, so I was like, okay, if that like if people want me to clip something or they don't want me to clip something, I'll respect it, so yeah. But a message later and they mentioned and Mabel had mentioned that was like that there wasn't that it turned out it wasn't that no clips embargo or something. I was like I was still confused because I didn't know if that meant I could clip that stream still or if that meant I was okay. I was given the okay to just clip it. So, But in either case, it was like probably be more safer on that end to just like not because I guess the concern is like if I were to clip it, I think people would probably try to find that channel, and it's like at that point you don't want to especially because I don't know if Ellie's gonna continue with doing that or that type of experiment or not, but yeah. But that's kind of part of the reason why I didn't really clip anything from that stream. So also Valley graduates from Valley AI because imagine he'll just go to Phipps. I mean Phipps is promising, if nothing else. So it would be funny if they kept that up for a year. It has an altered personality. Yeah, so sorry. Just going back and stuff. Now you mentioned I'm still in all of anyone who could stream more than 3 hours. Voice falls basically in a moment somewhere between the beginning and 3 hours in. Did you look up any warm-ups and tips on that? That's honestly, I really have not looked up any warm-ups at all. A lot of it's just like I'm just going in. I hit the start stream button, and the rest is history. Which and I think as far as like me talking again, a month, well not even again, but like a few months ago, I definitely would not have had the voice at this rate to go past 2 hours. Talking nonstop. So I think it's definitely a matter of just like having your voice, getting yourself adjusted to it, and like continuing to do it. But yeah, it does strain your voice after a while because it's not because I'm assuming your vocal cords are not adjusted to that, like you're still not adjusting to it, So I'd like to see, So, I believe she's unsure herself. From what I gathered, she had the idea of roughly 1 hour before the stream at. Okay, well, that would make sense. But in either case, I think I'd probably just rather play it safe and just not clip anything from that stream unless if she ever decides to do it again. So, like another experiment of some kind. Know of a streamer that could split her artist part in her gaming/ring streams, but no strict split. Like, assuming like there's no hard split between, like just her, just kind of casual. Yeah, so understandable. It was already kind of late. I think someone found out one of the viewers was following Ellie for a few. So the integrity, because I understand wanting to keep keeping the integrity of it because it's like understandably so. Because I was kind of curious. Well, I probably shouldn't be too curious. Like why, on why Ellie wanted to go through the experience of a newer streamer. Because I kind of imagine like after spending like months of like streaming for thousands of viewers like every single time, I do kind of wonder in general, like do streamers that casually have like an average viewership of like at least over a couple of hundred, if not thousands. I always kind of wondered if they ever miss like the small streamer experience. I was kind of curious if that was like the other reason for why Ellie wanted to do this experiment. So vocal cords giving up. I also have the factor of having English as my second language, so probably an unusual strand of that. It's definitely a matter of adjustment. So not gonna lie, I think Phipps' identity will be revealed because we're slipping and giving hints that only Ellie does. Yeah, but that's also on the assumption that that someone finds out the channel name for Phipps' channel, because I imagine it's completely different. So Ellie does miss it because she says on VC once, and she enjoyed the smartest community aspect. Uh, it's I think it's certainly a case. Yeah, I imagine that's certainly a case because like the code bugs definitely still feel like a small community. You know, a lot of the time she does get like thousands of viewers. Granted, but it's like a lot of them are like people that knew Ellie from like through Neuro and like through Vettel, you know, and like a lot of them are kind of like Swarm or more or less like from the Swarm. So it's like I do understand like I do kind of understand why it kind of separate. There's like a separate sense of community, and it's like I do kind of understand from that element. But yeah, it's just is how it is. Uh, Clipping is getting hard with Vettel. Uh, Obsessed with the V3 voice. I even imagine a meme with Annie leaving with L and Abel and saying, "Love V3 more than you love us," and V3 says, "You don't." It's yeah. I haven't admittedly I haven't been paying too much attention with what was going on with the V3 voice, like with the whole Neuro and the V3 voice. Admittedly, so I imagine, yeah, I do imagine that's been a bit in its own right. So I don't think there's any VTubers or robotics engineers called it. Wow, some pretty amazing odds if there's two of them, if nothing else. Uh, I knew it was over when she slipped. Yeah. So a few people have found Phipps' channel during the stream already, but were nice enough not to. Yeah, again, very few exceptions. But there's always gonna be like a few, bad apples, a few trolls that would probably just be like full on, you know, be like hi Ellie or something. It's like I could kind of imagine why. So yeah, I could kind of imagine why that would be like, um, probably like a one and only stream at the same time. So, um, she did, but okay. Oh, sorry, I was looking at you guys' conversations. I was like, but yeah, I do. I can't imagine. I was kind of curious if people did. Oh, you didn't hear me? Oh, I kind of forgot we were in an ad break. Don't worry. Sorry, I was gonna say don't worry, X. You can hear me later. Yeah. Okay. So she did slip a color. Yeah. So yeah, there was only two people in that chat, so I was like, oh, okay. Gundy ads. Gundy ads. Alternatively, I was gonna say you can always sub, but you guys are never obligated to, so. Sorry, just waiting for the ad break to end. But yeah, a few people did kind of find, but sorry, regain my thought process. So, but yeah, I do kind of imagine Ellie probably had missed like the smaller sense of community because you kind of can get that, like you get like because I imagine code bugs still feel like a bit of a smaller community despite the the larger average view count being in the thousands. So, and I mentioned before, a lot of it I think is because like you can get like you still feel that like that Koba community vibes over on her Discord and in the VC chats, but it's like in the VC, but yeah, you definitely don't get that like on like the regular Twitch chats nowadays. So I have a sneaky suspicion that Surf Sapphire knew that she was Ellie. I wouldn't be surprised, but at least again you'd be at least they were respectful enough not to ruin said experiment. So 100%, especially when you mentioned, yeah. So, what happens with Elliot? So, yeah, X, we were just kind of recapping the stuff that kind of like last Thursday's stream over with Elliot and everyone. We were just kind of talking about that for the most part. And I was kind of, and I mentioned I was curious if she had did the experiment because she kind of, I was curious, like I was kind of speculating whether or not she had did the experiment because she sort of missed like the smaller community vibes, like on her on like whenever she's streaming on Twitch. So I was like, and it seems like, and from people have mentioned, it seemed like that was the case. And I was like, so I was mostly just got recapping with that. So I was also kind of like, I was also curious. We were just, yeah, we were also just talking about the stream in general. So it sounded like she does. I think it was more. It was more the suspicion that the two people that were chatting with Ellie had probably were. There was possibly a chance that they knew that Phillips was Ellie, but they were like respectful enough not to say anything in that regard. And also, yeah, Bo has been on break for like 10 days, so yeah, so yeah, Bo's been on break. That's why obviously haven't had any Bo clips lately. So Phipps did inadvertently dox herself by being by saying she was a robotics engineer. Yeah, so I mean, like she said, I think she said that, but it's like there's also a possible chance that other people would have been in engineer work or something. So Bo left us all. We were sacrificing Bo's way, but it's not. Listen, Bo. Listen. I mean, again, your sacrifices won't entirely be in vain, but it's like Bo is obviously going to come back at some point. One would hope. Imagine he just said he was going on break and he just never comes back again. He just quietly decided to graduate, and that'd be an insane way to go out. So 95% sure they didn't know who she was, but you're also very sure that at least half of the 12 people watching were Again, wouldn't be surprised. There's always gonna be people that are gonna be curious about what's going on, and will be curious enough to kind of like look through, like go through the effort of like trying to find what's going on, or find a person involved, or yeah. Sunday's probably new stream. Yeah, probably. If not Monday for sure. But yeah. Bo would go all on be is waiting to graduate. Yeah, Bo's definitely someone that I feel like is never going to like. That's not going to go down. Like that's not going to disappear quietly. He's going to make a noise, like some sort of impact, and and then we'll just like leave or something. But it was. But yeah, interesting week as far as like other streamers go. Yeah, needless to say, it's been very interesting. So no shush. Okay, yeah. Let's never say the dreaded G word, unless you're like actually graduating and getting a degree or something. In that case, if you're reaching that, congrats, I guess. Bo's trying to spite his doc. I feel like I should just do a compilation of every time Bo mentions his doctor. Because I feel like he's been mentioning this for like a really long time. And it's still been ongoing to this very day. Jokes aside, I can't imagine what bigger streamers would have to deal with. Yeah, I mean, I was curious from the mindset of a bigger streamer, like if they ever missed like the smaller vibes, And it's like for someone like I don't know, I guess for someone like Bao or Numi or like or Vettel or like hey was like this guy curious if they ever miss it. But at the same time, they probably have been they've gotten like to that point for like they've been at that point for like a pretty long while that they probably are just like it's whatever to them at that point, you know. So it's like it's not an issue. Also, tell she was doing experiment Discord. Start rewatching old Bo clips. It was going, yeah, 8 months of 8 months of an ongoing feud. Well, I mean, 8 months of our awareness of his feud with his doctor. He's probably been going on for a lot longer than that. But yeah, curious to see where that. I'm curious to see the end point of that because there's got to be a finale or like a conclusion to it. Imagine it's a bit like moving from working with the product to them moving up in management, not getting to play around with tech anymore. Yeah, it's probably that similar, the similar feeling in that regard. I mean, yeah, situation with Val's a little different because he's not the one actually streaming. Like, yeah, because again, most of it is Neuro, so. But I guess if someone were to ever ask Neuro about that, maybe I'd be curious about that. So. But yeah, I was really kind of curious about. Well, not even curious. I was gonna play Spyro 2, but I might not, or at the very least, it'll probably be like a shorter Spyro stream. So yeah, it definitely felt like yapping a lot more, in spite of my voice. So, well, yeah, we'll see how it goes. Um, But yeah, so I did spend like a good chunk of this week literally just like watching Shumimi and like Honey and the other video, and also made me realize I definitely should prioritize like more because it didn't occur to me until like about a week ago, but like when Ellie and Belle were kind of under break, kind of realized I was clipping them a lot. I was clipping them a lot, which shouldn't be a surprise, but also in the process, I kind of realized I wasn't clipping like others that in the same regard. So it was like that realization kind of made me think I definitely should prioritize more on that, on top of like what I'm doing. So kind of want to see reacts. I mentioned before, I was thinking about reacting streams. I was thinking about the idea of reacting streams, but I don't know if I do well as a React Andy. At best, I'd probably just be watching stuff and be like, oh, whatever, interesting, or something like that, you know. I was asking on your opinion on Vettel's new waifu, the V3 voice, which is making him leave Clippers and her family. Again, I feel like the whole V3 development has been very new to me. I wasn't even aware of anything going. He was probably making a mommy AI for himself. I mean, that's a pretty weird kink for what it's worth, but I mean, hey, if he wants to do it, he wants to do it. So, but yeah, I've heard about development. I heard a little bit about the developments for V3 voice, but I haven't really been paying as much attention as probably should have. But I was kind of curious how that's been going. Imagine he wanted to make a mommy AI a long time ago. Yeah, a long time ago is. I mean, yeah, that's the thing. It has been a long time ago, and priorities may have changed since then. So it's kind of like ancient Neuroverse lore. It's actually pretty wild. How long people can still remember stuff like that, but again, I guess when it comes to like neuro, it's like there are a lot of neural clippers that do keep track of everything that's been said. You know, I guess it is pretty a lot easier to kind of remember like a lot of the a lot of the older lore. You know, I definitely forgot about the mommy AI for a while, up until like you guys mentioned it. So, but it took me a while to kind of figure out. Oh, well, yeah, he did. Like, he did mention about the idea. It's pretty wild to think about for sure. Um, but yeah. Hmm. But yeah, other than that, yeah, haven't heard much on the V3 voice, so it's like I my so yeah, unfortunately my vein's kind of unknown. Definitely need more context behind it. I think you wanted to make it as an older sister to Neuro or a mother. I honestly forgot. Oh, interesting. It's probably. I mean, it was probably more. It was probably more likely the latter. Think because like I mean, you already got the twins. Like you got like Neuro's already got a sister, so it's like I don't know. I think the overarching thing is just like it was older sister because the Vettel Annie ship was there. Yeah, it'd be wild just thinking about Neuro and Evil having like yet another sibling because you're so used to kind of like you know because guys you kind of known the twins for like a long time. Thing is that Vel's obsessed with V3 voice and other option projects, so the VTuber thing is getting. Yeah, I'll be curious to see how if he ever gets back to it by the time he ever decides to finish like the V3 project in general. But yeah, it seems to be the V3 definitely seems to be the bigger priority, like the biggest priority right now. Um, but yeah, beyond that, like I haven't heard anything in regards to like developments in that regard. So it's hard to say. Hard to develop an opinion in that regard as well. Dev streams on Monday. Big. Well, one could hope. You mean? I mean, eventually would have to kind of. He would eventually have to do a dev stream. I feel like that's inevitable at this rate. But I also, but correct me if I'm wrong. But wasn't the other point of like developing neurals that so he could like appear, so he could have like less time focusing on. I don't know. I wasn't too aware of it, so I have experience getting obsessed with things that don't go anywhere, so I'm a little worried. But that's just your perception. Yeah, yeah. No, I mean, understandably so, but so, like but it's at that point it's like we can't really do much other than wait and hope that that this thing gets done, you know, or like it gets finished. Ear depth, your bow. I think there's a very well. I don't know about this coming Monday. Maybe we'll see that in our dev stream this Monday. But a bow stream is almost guaranteed, so I'd say definitely there's a good chance. At the moment, there's a much better chance you'll probably see Bo return this week than, you know, if I were a betting man, that is. I mean, that's not to knock. I mean, at least you guys are still getting like at the very least you guys are still getting, yeah, especially for Swarm. Like at least they're getting neural content at the very least. So no dev stream, dude. He has V3 and he roasts. Yeah, I can't imagine. Much better chance we'll see a bow stream than our dev stream next week. So it, yeah. I feel like correct me if I'm wrong, but it wasn't like the whole thing of him developing was so that he could like focus focus less on. What's like uh, not focus too much on neuro. Like eventually, like develop her to the point where she could kind of self be like more self reliant. I don't know, but again, even if that is the case, it's like, I mean, I think he would have to know. Half the reason why neuro is popular, like, is because of half of the reason that makes her appealable is the creator itself. You know, so yeah, you need to catch up on neuro. Yeah, I won't lie, I have not really looked into neurocord in like months. Like last time I checked was probably like during the VTuber awards, but after that I was like, yeah, a lot of what's going on there, I've been kind of been in the dark. So I mean, I have an idea for streams we gamble over where Parker probably gets 100%. We could probably like make. I mean, I could probably make that a prediction poll, if nothing else. But I also feel like because the odds are mostly stacked against Firefly, you guys will almost are guaranteed to win points every single time. So those episodes would be treated why roast the Neurodog. Him roasting the Neurodog was be interesting. You heard Gamba? Okay, well, to be fair, our stream, half of our streams is essentially Gamba. So whoever's giving me uppies or just like, or while we're playing marbles or just anything of the sort, you know? In this case, I guess the proposal was whether or not Parker Fry would get 100% uppies every single stream. I feel like it's a decent prediction. It's a good prediction choice, but I feel like the odds are more stacked against Parker Fry because he's literally going against high odds to begin with. So, marbles. I mean, listen, I probably not today, but and I guess we'll be doing the prediction this today, but I don't know. I was thinking about doing another Marvel stream next for this coming week, so at least one, because I could also go with some Marvels as well, admittedly. Because I know how bad of an addiction you guys all have. So I will, and I know David's not there to give you your neither David nor Shamimi are giving you the fix that you guys so desperately need. So in this case, I'll definitely give you guys Marvels next week. So yeah, at the very least, it's the least I could do. For if nothing else, for you guys willing to stick around and hang in here, you know. See, think of it as a bit of a reward system. So, and also because I literally cannot think of any other content to do beyond what I'm currently doing right now. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. I was supposed to do something next Friday, but unfortunately, it seems like I'm being called into work. So, but for those that don't, but yeah, for those don't know, next week I believe next Friday, Bailiff has I think it's Bailiff's birthday. I think I could be wrong. Let me double check. Or Thursday, yeah. Yeah. So Bailiff's got a birthday, and he's also gonna be taking a bit of a hiatus. So for those who obviously don't know, Bailiff was the person I collabed with like last Sunday. For those who don't know, he's also really well. He's a guy that I personally like. He's well loved in our little humble community. So. But yeah, next week will be Bailiff's birthday. I was originally planning to do something on Friday before he goes, but Going back to the whole work thing, they fortunately might have to work that day. So, but at the very least, we will. But yeah, at the very least, I will definitely. I'll definitely pop in over there on his stream just to say hi and happy birthday and hope he does well. Yeah, he's unfortunately like for those who don't know, Belv is like Belv. He's going on hiatus. Is a lot to kind of deal with some health issues. Hopefully, he recovers. Hopefully he gets well soon so he can come back. You know, have fun. He'll still be around, obviously for his friends. He'll still be around, but he definitely won't be streamed for a while. So it's definitely a case of like, let's hope he gets better soon. So. Oh wait, are we calling for living? Yeah, lovers for David indeed. Has to take time for folks. Says, yeah, indeed. Yeah, nothing more important. Yeah, and I guess that's the whole recurring thing. You just gotta make sure you're prioritizing your health. Sometimes it's as admirable as it may sound, like to want to like focus everything on stream. You never, or like on content creation or in general, you never want to do it at the detriment of your own health. Because so I'm just kind of curious. If you're wondering about the Neurodog, Bell was supposed to connect and turn on stuff in a certain order, and as he didn't do it, the board burned down. Ooh. That's the first I've heard of it. First off, but also damn. Oh yeah, not neurocords. That's somewhat unfortunate. I imagine he's already been talking to Ellie about this, but it's like at that point Ellie's already like literally all the way over. Like had already given the dog over to Vel, so a lot of this really just comes down to Vel's Vel's responsibility, I guess. But yeah. They bought a new board and it happened the same again. Like result, Reject should be one game. Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. But yeah. Yeah, it was definitely the first I've heard of that. And but yeah, I imagine he at this point, if he hasn't already been DMing Ellie about this. because again, for as much as programmer people, you could be a programmer, but it's like not all programmers are aware of the hardware aspects of it, and vice versa. So I imagine it's not as easy compared to like Ellie having to work on or something. But yeah, we'll see. Yeah, we'll just see how it goes with the. Truth is, you can't get more news because you're banned from the neuro cord. I won't. Okay, well, I won't ask why, but I imagine. But I won't. But I'll imagine like it's I won't ask why because. But let's just I'll take your word for it in that regard. So you knew Vel would mess up the Neurodog, especially the thing we saw from the PC building. I just kind of assumed the PC building stream. I always kind of assumed him messing that up was just like for laughs, admittedly. But oh god, if that was a reflection of his handiwork and hardware, I can only imagine how messed up the board was when he was installing it and whatnot. Crimes against humanity, but okay, well. Yeah, what's important is definitely don't. Yeah, because I feel like you do seem well intentioned for the most part, but yeah, definitely should behave, obviously, so he's a software guy. Yeah, I mentioned, yeah, I was mentioning that because it's like not all not all programmers are going to know the hardware aspects, and just like all engineers are not going to know the software elements, you know. So, oh, would you like to spin the coin or flip the coin if it's head or tails? Yeah, we could flip the coin. Uh, I'll even show on stream. So. All right. Let's see if this works. Let's hope it works, but oops, not my Discord. Definitely don't share my Discord or my other stuff. Um, yeah, definitely shouldn't be having that. Let's hope it works. Okay, that did not work, but let's see. Classic scuff moment. Sorry, bear with me for like a minute or so. Oh, can you see it? Can you see it actually? All right, let me. No, don't zoom in. Why are you zooming in? There you go. Heads or tails? All right, moment of truth. Heads. Heads wins. Heads wins. Or did it even showcase? Yeah. Screenshot it. See if he's. Yeah, you are not gonna catch me. You're not gonna catch me with a suspectable website, at least on stream. So there you go. When Vel was installing the computer, he got a screwdriver onto the computer chip because he didn't know how to open. It's what. Oh, it's pretty wild. I feel like if you're gonna be involved in like tech and in anything tech, I feel like you gotta have to know it, at least have like a basic know-how of like at least on the hardware side of things, you know. Which is why it's pretty wild. Oops, sorry. I keep forgetting that that my Windows capture's on. So there we go. There we go. We're back. Because it's like on my OBS, it's not showing the window capture, but I'm looking at my stream manager and I'm seeing that all my stuff is out there, which is very worrying if I ever accidentally, because it feels like that might leave me vulnerable to doxing myself or something. But I'll have to be extra careful in that regard. One more. Okay, you guys know the rules of the game, but it doesn't always, you know, it's not gonna end well. Yeah, calm your addictions. We'll reserve that for like next week when we do like a Marvel stream. So, what plugin are you using for chat, which also takes Discord pictures? I cannot remember. If we're being honest. If we're being honest. So, can we have another one? Oh god, this is exactly how. I imagine this is how it starts with marbles. You guys start with one. One leads to two. Two leads to four. Four leads to eight. Eight leads to 16. Listen, Listen, you guys just need to say your addictions, and we'll reserve it for like, I don't know. Maybe we'll just coin flip and do marbles tomorrow in the same stream. I think it's just Twitch picture. Yeah, it probably is. It's not addiction. You could stop anything. That's what they all say. That's what they all freaking say. You quit anytime. Yeah. But yeah, I was like, VYB. So I'm not gonna lie. I think we will probably. I was gonna say we could probably switch over to Spyro, but I probably am only gonna be playing for like Spyro for like a really short time, so so it's all good. Yeah, it's actually funny how this has started because now it's gotten to the point where the balance, because the balance of like whenever I do stuff used to just be like mostly 1 hour yapping and followed up by mostly gameplay, but it's now slowly shifting to more and more yapping. Almost 3 hours of yapping. Who are you? It's still wild that Honey can like Honey and Rex because I still go back and remember the Honey and Rex stream like where they were supposed to play Elden Ring, only for them to like for like an entire 5 hours. It's actually wild how that goes sometimes. It's not just her. It's like literally other streamers too. Like Bo, Ali, Shimimi, like their last stream they were supposed to be, or they were supposed to play like Baldur's Gate, and they only for them to yap for like 4 hours. Some people are just like really good at just yapping in general. I just discovered we're a bunch of jeez, the shock in my face, the absolute humanity. Like, where has our humanity gone to? I wasn't able to catch that stream. It was good. It was the same stream where I was kind of showing off for cooking. That was like the same stream. They also were talking about a whole bunch of other great, interesting stuff. So he discovered how much of an act we are. Even without the command, even taking away the command, you guys were just constantly spamming the uppies emo. That's how I figured. Oh crap! What have I unleashed upon to myself? So, you know, classic things. So, yeah, VYV. We are not chaotic. I mean, chaos might be a bit too harsh of a word. I think you guys are a little rambunctious for what it's worth. I would argue, yeah, I would. It's a funny thing. I usually would regard the bozos as being devious, like rambunctious, but really it's a lot. Actually, Shemans are actually a lot more chaotic, rambunctious. Think about it now. Bozos are probably just like devious at best. Don't mind my history of scheming against Shimimi. I definitely have not taken that into regard, mediocrity. I certainly am not thinking about the amount of times you, David, and all the other Shemans constantly love to scheme and troll and all the others. Bozos are just rare. Yeah, I was thinking about the difference, like, because bozos can be devious, but they aren't like bozos are chaotic. They are only really kind of chaotic against, like. Because there is a difference between the bozos and the shamans. Because bozos can be, while they both are chaotic in their own way, I think bozos can be, at the very least, somewhat chaotic. I don't know. There's like two different types of chaos, I guess. So like bozos, like they are chaotic, but they tend to not. They aren't as liars, I recall. Don't mind the shits. Mimi, on the other hand, she gets to deal with like a whole bunch of like, she gets the constant spams of like of stuff that she supposedly did. Like she apparently doesn't flush, or she doesn't, or stuff like that. So it's like, yeah, two different types of chaos, but all leads to chaos regardless. Bozos, well, bows are just Are you calling the Shumians liars? Well, I am gonna plead the fifth. I'm not gonna say yes or no in that regard. Chad does reflect streamer though. That's true. You're just good at lying. You won't know. Yeah, in doubt. Shamans are schemers, bozos are trolls. Yeah, okay, maybe that's probably the better accurate description. Because both people say they're chaotic, but there are, yeah, again, two different defining traits separates that. Shamin schemes against their Oshi. Bozos are just loud trolls to everyone. Significant difference. Anyways. And meanwhile, code bugs keep to themselves. So, yeah, as things should be. So, and also, honey buns have like jetpacks and tanks and lasers, and are great artists, as I've started to find out. Did you see that Capybara from Hank's community did a map with the different communities? I did see a glimpse of that over in Shumimi's stream. Like she showed it off, and yeah, the amount of effort again. Credit to Cappy on all this, on both that and the Wonka models. He never had to put that much effort to it, but he did. It's all the more appreciated. I haven't really seen the entire map outright, like its entirety. I saw glimpses of it, but I was like, all I could really say is like, damn, you really made a big community out of everything. Cappy's got like 40 different large scale projects going at once. Yeah, Cappy's insane. He's, like again, hope he's not doing this at the detriment of his own health. So, do Shamans immediately plan a nuclear war on the map? That sounds like the Shamans. If we're being honest. Also, on the topic of Cappy, he also made me a little something a few months back that I want to show off. I just have to, the easiest way for me to get a phone at this rate is to just get a used one on eBay and use that as the tracking phone. So, one of our little war crimes is indeed Wonko. Maybe, maybe not. Only one way to find out. Wink, wink. You know, we shall only see. But a lot of it is gonna be dependent on me actually getting a tracking phone. Again, it's easier. It does sound easy on paper, but for me, it's like half of the stuff I earn literally is just going to bills. So it probably should have been done like a while back, but it's like it's taking a lot longer than it needs to be. So lots of people piled their. Yeah, I did take into account the webcam, but at the same time, people mentioned that like for something like an iPhone, it'd be a lot easier to there's a lot more. It tracks faces a little easier, from what I've heard. Theoretically, I could get a webcam, when I feel like it probably wouldn't matter too much on a long cam model at the very least, but you know, I would love to have like some actual accurate facial animations, so or like facial tracking. So I'm curious how this would look on some of the models. So guess you're luckier than me. Over half of what I earn goes to taxes, then comes the bills and takes what's left. I don't know if lucky's the best word. I think it's maybe fortunate, probably at this rate. Because half of what I'm earning is still going to taxes on top of the bills. So, and I definitely had to pay taxes this year. So, will you do some reacting to the stream? I'm not sure about this stream, but I do have something in mind. I'm not sure if it will be for next week, but I do have something in mind. I was thinking maybe because we're pretty close to the anniversary of the first clip that I made, then maybe we could watch a little bit of we could do a bit of a greatest hits type of stream where we kind of just well, I mean, you guys would probably be reacting. I probably would just be saying a lot of stuff that kind of happened behind the scenes with some of the clips. I probably won't be reacting to every single clip of mine, but it's I could probably explain some of the more popular ones, personal favorite ones. Again, still haven't really figured out how to set the how to format all this properly, but was thinking about doing something like that because that is gonna be like over a year since I started doing this. And the infrared in the iPhone is what makes it better for tracking, but there's a lot of work being done to make the same type of tracking possible without it. Can you imagine a lot of open source fans don't? Yeah, I can only imagine. Especially they don't. No one's gonna want be. No one wants to pay like pay a premium out the ass just just for an expensive iPhone or something, you know. And even for like something as old as like the iPhone 11 or iPhone 12, that's still gonna be relatively pricey. So, and believe me, Park Fry, I have taken the idea. I have taken note of the idea of a clip editing stream. I think the only concern is that how Joker does his editing streams and how I do mine is it's gonna be somewhat similar, but also somewhat different. I think a lot comes down to like priority. Like when Joker does his streams, like a lot of his streams has to be like there's a high like amount of editing involved, just because obviously he's being paid by by Vel to actually do neural clips. So it's like you have to put in the work. For me, it's like I'm definitely like clipping like stuff that I want to like clip, and it's like I don't know. Maybe I'm just underestimating my own editing, but I don't know. But I definitely take into account. I want at the very least I want to give it a try. Not sure how it'll properly be implemented, but it's like I definitely want to give it a try at the very least. If it works out, it works out, and if not, I don't know. We'll see. Like it can't. It goes back to what was said earlier. It can't hurt. We can only try. Someone say long. You have a toy pistol that tracks positions with 4 cameras around. Can be used for shooting. That's freaking awesome. You can create clips while streaming. I could probably create like a few clips. I don't know if I'll be able to do this for every clip though, theoretically speaking. If I wanted to show, like, definitely could do, but I definitely could do a couple, like, on paper. A lot of this comes down to me having to try this at least once or twice, and then see if we can make if we can make like a decent stream out of it. I definitely feel like because I feel like I should at this point. Like a lot of people that know me because of the fact I do clips. So at the very least, I should implement it in some way, shape, or form onto my streams. But yeah, fractions, of course, it'll take long to make. I can't definitely at the very least I don't try to half-ass my stuff. So at the very least. Did someone say long? I certainly did not say long, and I certainly did not say uppies either, which is why I'm a little curious why you guys are giving me uppies. But yeah, this should not be enticing. This should not entice you to give me uppies. I keep reminding. What's so appealing about picking me up? The most impressive tracking must be filling because it tracks. Yeah, and since then she's like upgraded her stuff, so it's like now you can see her face. Like she must have some cutting edge stuff, and provided that she hasn't destroyed it yet, any of it yet, very high tech. It's necessary. It's not necessary. It's not necessary. Listen, you guys don't need to give me uppies. What's so appealing about giving a grumpy cat like me uppies? Yeah, no. But, yeah, uppies for you. No, we are not. No uppies for you. No. Well, uppies for you, but no uppies for me. It releases good feelings. It makes me feel vulnerable. I'll be honest. You're just wiggling me around in front of everybody. Why would you do that to me? Why would you humiliate me in this fashion? Why? You know? Imagine someone giving you imagine someone bigger than you giving you uppies and they were wiggling you around against your will. It releases dopamine and oxycontin. It just releases anger. Or it makes me feel anger. It makes me boil. It makes me fume. Seed. You know? We are fleas, you are small, and you are buff. Okay. The imagination of a couple fleas giving me uppies would make for some pretty decent fan art. But yeah, you guys, okay. Much like people give me uppies, you guys are trying to grab me onto me. You cannot grab onto me. This is why 2,000 people have tried to lift me up, but over 2,000 people lift me up, but they haven't. So, you know, it cannot happen. It will not happen. So yeah. Other than that, stuff. Anyways. I have to unfortunately go to the bathroom again. I drank a shit ton of water. So, but yeah, when we come back, I do think I should probably get some. We'll probably play a little bit of Spyro, but it probably won't be as long. I actually have to maybe cut stream just a little shorter than usual on my Saturday stream. So, but yeah, we'll probably play like about an hour of it. And it's like then we'll be whatever. So, yeah, per usual. Just stare into my pretty face. Do not give me uppies. You can boob me, but I don't have a boob emote, so take that for what it is. But yeah, I'll be back. Nice indeed. Okay, well, I mean, respect to Parker Fry for being full on committed to this, but again, it's an uphill battle. It really is an uphill battle at this rate, so it's like, you know. I mean, listen. First, it happens. If it happens, it happens. So, no knock. No knock, regardless. Anyways, I did say I was gonna get to playing Spyro, so I probably should. But you know, it's what it is. Also, yeah, but yeah, I think. Of course, I keep saying that, and I end up yapping for like another half hour because apparently that's how I usually do it. So, also before I do that, oh, it doesn't work. I was curious to see. If it could command that, but no, well. You already have to breathe manually, so that basically happens when I forget. Jesus. Okay. I'm again respect your dedication, but let's hope you're at least breathing in between them. And also, Shots. I see you. Welcome in. I see you're here. You cannot give me upbeat, Sean. That's per rule. So take that for what it is. You must be leave. Hi, must be leave. Yeah, okay. Well, I appreciate the brief time you were here. So. Give up. Oh, sorry. Keep forgetting. Let's see. Damn. Damn. I was hoping that would work. Gives no uppies with 33%. Sham. See, even the command goes against me. I swear. Lower the music for just a little bit. And yeah. There we go. So yeah, but yeah, just other than that, somewhat up and down week, I guess, overall. Just be what it be. You landed a job before you eat with 50. If we had a command for like every single chance, like I feel like you guys would go full hard on all of them. A lot of 33% success rates too. X tries to give Shay uppies. Interesting indeed. 33% uppies with 79% chance. Jeez. Sorry. Let me swap over real quick. Okay, we're good. Here's something unlike last time. Because last time we were trying to play this, it lagged and it was lagging. Like the frame rates were so bad near the end. Can't gaslight the bit. You can only try. But yeah. Check it. Okay, yeah, no, we're good. We're good. So yeah, I don't. So yeah, this is the playthrough this time around is probably gonna be a little shorter. I might have to hop off a little earlier than usual, because I actually have to hit to. I think I have to take someone over somewhere. Yeah. Yeah, see, those are just statistics that I respect. 0 uppies, 65% chance. See, never in doubt. All right, let's head over. Give me all the uppies you want. It's not gonna happen. Oh shit. As we destroy pigeons once again. We were talking earlier about pigeon VTubers. I was kind of like last stream. I was curious if they existed. I guess they do. Ooh. I see we're just flat out killing people this time around. Okay, well, cannot say I'm doing as well as I hoped. I don't even know what the hell they're doing. I didn't make it. Fuck. I also ran a 2-minute ad break. Someone tells me this is going to take a little while, so I think we could probably keep going in that regard. Alright. Yeah, I'm just completely going absolute random order, just right. Alright. Ow. Here we go. Completely missed that pigeon. Missed that pigeon again. There we go. What else am I missing? Or actually, rather, where's that other pigeon? Fuck. Well, I can see this is about as going as well as it could. Come on. Might as well get you. Got you. There you are. And there you are as well. There you go. Thankfully, it could go in reverse. Alright. Depressing uppies. I mean, listen. The one thing I will never deny is that uppies. Okay. Actually, maybe I should deny this, but uppies should theoretically make you feel good. They just don't make me feel good. But I'm sure I'll make other people feel good. Freaking walruses. Oh, damn it, I lost. Okay, speedways can be a little annoying after a while. But hey, we'll take it. I'll be zero kicks out. Sorry, got distracted. I mean, I guess there's hundreds of variants of uppies, but yeah. I mean, at the very least, let it be consensual. And hopefully not sloppy. Yeah, zero consent. I mean, just saying, you know, if you're gonna give uppies, at least let it be consensual. Uppies for hello, Derv. Please no uppies. I don't need it. Please don't. Please. Trying to survive. But yeah, Derv, I hope you're doing well, though. Shit. Come on, circle back. Let's take it. Here we go. Alright. Come on. Fuck! That was so close. Alright. Always has to be a pigeon, too. Damn. Oh, shit. There we go. Guess sideways. Sideways uppies. Oh, I feel like that's a lot more comfortable for as far as uppies goes. But you know, can't say I'm speaking from experience. Fuck, that's ideal. Oh yeah, this is certainly gonna be a stream of all time. You failed. Okay, well, guys. I mean, if you guys want a much larger success rate, you can always give David uppies. You know, it's free. It won't be as warm feeling, I imagine, but you know, it's free. You got 100% success rate there. I probably shouldn't say this, but it's kind of like providing. It's kind of like providing the cheaper option, I guess. You know, if nothing else. Although I do feel like all it really did was up the value of someone giving me uppies. Which might slowly start to regret at some point. Oh shit. Where's that other arch? Okay, I'm completely lost in the sauce. Yeah, no way I was gonna finish that anyways. So, yeah, certainly a choice. 70% is not what you want. Well, I too wish she had 0% chance. Well, or unless you're talking about giving David up as well. I mean, listen, it's sort of the same thing. You know? It's not fuzzy, but... Or actually, it is arguably fuzzy with the beard and everything, but and the long hair. But, you know... I'd say it's somewhat similar. Oh, it's awesome. There we go. You made it. Fuck yeah, indeed. Alright. There was the other arch. Come on, just make it. We're almost there. There we go. Honestly, obvious as usually was. Yeah, I can only imagine. Also 100%, not bad. At the very least, I figure maybe we could probably get through the second world pretty relatively easy in the stream. In short amount, with the short amount of time that we have, so. But yeah, we shall see. Okay, there we go. I guess we climb a little more. No. There we go. Oh god, hard uppies. That's practically crushing someone at that rate. The hell am I? I don't know why the human models seem so freaky, especially when you see them in the Spyro roll. Damn, you just loved them to die.
Hello, Spyro. My brother
Hello,
Handel and I
Spyro.
have been sent here to blow up this castle, but Handel got caught by these evil soldiers, and I'm stuck out here. If you can open the doors that block the way, I can find Handel, and we can complete a super secret spy mission.
You know, the amount of times I found myself replacing R's with W's, like nowadays, it's ridiculous. Because, oh shit. Okay, well, for some reason the game decided to send me back to Windows for some reason. But yeah, the amount of times it said, I kept saying like, the amount of times I kept replacing my R's with my W's nowadays, it seems pretty. It's gotten to the point where I do it so naturally now. It's like, even when I don't mean to do it, it's somewhat concerning. because whenever, and half is because like whenever I say Bobby Brooks' name, I usually just find myself saying Bobby Walk, you know. And I've done it like enough times that now it's kind of, I kind of just do it in general, like sometimes, like. I'm like, for example, like saying I'm broke. I'm woke, or I don't know. Yeah, maybe that's on me at the end of the day, but shit. Ow. That's on me. The remake hits me in nostalgia every time. The looks I like what I remember as a kid. Yeah, Yeah, it's part of the reason why I always do the Saturday, play like the nostalgia games on Saturday. It definitely evokes that Saturday. I definitely try to evoke that Saturday morning feel to it. Oh, see, well, you could definitely give Brooke uppies. I mean, she keeps claiming that she's taller than me, and to an extent, that's a little bit true. But at the same time, she's not that taller than me. She cannot theoretically give me uppies. Like if we ever met IRL like at TwitchCon or something, she's never gonna give me uppies. I will say that here. I wonder the studio that makes these still exist. If they did. Yeah, Toys for Bob is the one that kind of made the the remake. They also did Spyro 4. And I think they still exist, although the problem I think now is that they kind of relegated them to being a support studio for some of their more popular games, like for Activision's more popular games, because Activision's like their parent, like publishing studio, and I think nowadays it's mostly just kind of just supporting current games like Call of Duty or something, you know, which is a shame. Yeah, like we already seen enough Call of Duty as it is. We don't need to keep having. Like, you don't need to keep relegating a lot of these studios to being like support studios, you know. Like, just you know, if they have the IP to make the games, then have them make the games, you know. Like, you know, like I don't know. It sounds like the same issue with the original, like with the original. Like, it's like the same issue that always seems to happen sometimes, like. The original Dead Space studio, like the one that made the original Dead Space trilogy, like they ultimately kind of had them focus on not Call of Duty, but I think Battlefield. So it's like it's kind of the same issue.
The monkeys have escaped from the Avalar Zoo, and I've been sent here to catch them. But they keep throwing coconuts at me, and it hurts. Can you help me out?
Coconuts.
Great. Just charge the tree before I get hit.
Dry
I'll be able to
uppies.
catch the monkeys as they fall. Follow me.
What theoretically would comply as what would theoretically count as dry uppies? Like, is it just like a very like is it not sweaty, or is it just like ow? Like, what am I supposed to do? Oh, there we go. Never mind. Kind of forgot. Okay, well, at least we can give Spyro uppies. That's never been a doubt. There you go. Promise Hunter's taking a sweet ass time. So. There you go. Come on, Spyro. Or not Spyro. Come on, Hunter. Seems like they have a TVA game that they signed with Microsoft, mostly Star Control for them.
Thanks for your help, Spyro.
Yeah,
Please,
so
check this. One of the monkeys had it.
again, so mostly just like kind of support stuff for the most part. And it's like and a lot of stuff they do which is a shame because a lot of what Toys for Bob do is like the Spyro and Crash. I guess now Crash games, you know. So love to see them put out another one, if nothing else. Forceful obvious. Why would you? Again, forceful obvious kind of feels like non-consensual obvious for some reason. Shit. The remake reignite your love for the franchise. Everything you might be cynical about everything. No, you're not. I mean, you're not wrong. A lot of the Spyro games, like after, especially the ones after 3, was like, ow. was incredibly bad. It was like sort of the same thing with the original Spyro, the original Crash trilogy, like the ones that came out on PlayStation. Wrath of Cortex supposedly wasn't as bad, but it could have been better. Like they were mediocre at best, or okay at best, and like horrible at worst. Loves consent. Well, okay, it'd be what it'd be. Ow. There we go. So, but yeah, common thing for the most part. Like after trilogies of games, like the ones afterwards just don't do as well. There we go. Oh shit. There we go. Oh. Okay, never mind. There we go. Deadly uppies, jeez. Why would you do that? Why? But anyways. Yeah. A whole lot of variety of uppies to give, none of which you are going to be giving to me. I think that's been established at this point. How the hell do I open this? Safe uppies. I mean, I guess at the end of the day, as long as you're doing it safe, and as long as you're doing it sound, you know, as long as you're being responsible about it. Where? Oh yeah, forgot to go up front. All right, take care of all this. Also, like, going back to the topic of like editing streams, I think the other thing is that a lot of my editing streams, a lot of times I end up editing, usually it's like late at night my time. Or like early in the morning, you know? So, timing would definitely have to play a factor to that as well.
Spyro,
Like if I were
you
to
make
do
a
an editing
great
stream.
secret agent. Now Handel and I can complete our mission. By the way, you can have this talisman.
Although I'm pretty sure like a good chunk of you guys are from the EU anyways, so I feel like that's a bit of an issue. Little stuff to kind of think about at the end of the day.
Hey Spyro, we need those flags to prove our secret mission was successful. But the flag keeper keeps stealing them. If you can knock the flag keeper down, you could bring the flags back. My secret decoder ring says that this power-up thing should help you.
Yeah, the human models here still seem pretty weird. Especially when like most of Spyro's world, a lot of them are just like talking animals. that's oh yeah, I can't fly. Was I supposed to hit again? Kinda forgot.
My ugly sister was supposed to get the flags.
Your ugly sister. Well, classic siblings. Okay, doesn't want to give a lot of consent and no consent. Yeah, there's again, you gotta balance a lot of that. The importance of balance. You can't give too much and all little all at once, you know. There we go. Fuck.
Like don't give it too hard, don't give it too soft. Something in that regard. Alright, good. Something about flagpoles. Keep forgetting what I'm supposed to do with that. As Zorn, wasn't it? Can't wait for the YouTube channel. I have seen memberships come and go. I'm be curious what I would put out if I were to ever fall through on that. Like creating a membership of sorts. And also, Zorn, 2 months. Thank you. Welcome in. I hope you've been well, man. Do I just hit the flagpoles? I'm gonna have to recheck on what's his name. And thank you. Also, yeah, I forgot. Thank you for the bid as well. But yeah, yeah. Apart from that, so we were kind of talking about number of things. I know one of the things you were kind of talking that you kind of wanted was like the editing stream. So I was kind of thinking about what I would how to make that potentially work on my schedule. Hey, it's the guy who's the reason I had to do the positive. Did Soren was the one that made? Oh wait, Soren was the one that? Damn. That's that explains a lot. Wait, let me. Okay, I guess you're not gonna tell me. Okay. Wait, ow, ow. Maybe if I were to fly up here. Yours. I mean, it happens. I'm sure, probably, maybe. I can't. There's something about a flag bear or something. I kind of forgot. The bet he made a bet that someone gifted 10 to ready, you would do the pasta VC, and then you had to do. Then you had to go and do something. When you came back, those 10 were gifted. I mean, Alex. I mean, you know how it is. A bet's a bet. First off, I guess you have to do. Also, I think you have to know at this point. If you tell something, if you make a bet and someone regarding subs, people are going. Someone's going to do it. Someone's going to be crazy enough to do it. Yeah. So. Yeah, but hey, on the other hand, pasta VC. I don't think I was there when you did it, but hope that went out. I hope that turned out well at least. Oh, so where am I supposed to shoot this at? Am I supposed to shoot 3 flags? Yes. Ready was also not there, but it was fun enough. Start 10 p.m. your time, and oh my god, that sounds that admittedly does sound brutal. But I hope you. But he made a few code bugs and other LA shape pastas. So yeah, at the very least, at the end of the day, so long as it turned out well, you weren't like overly groaning in pain near the end. You know, so oh shit. Boop. But yeah, incredibly impressive indeed. Do I shoot the flags? Or what the hell am I supposed to do? Okay, well. definitely one of those instances where I probably should have been paying attention to the instructions. Ow. Yeah, that's. I don't know if I would ever find myself doing anything possible for obvious reasons. I hope it never comes to that. It's close, yeah, relatively close. Hey. Oh, there's a gem, but where? Yeah, I'm really confused. Also, I guess the task shouldn't be too hard to find. Like, if it's... They usually... What you have to do, they usually just kind of have you, like, close up or something. Can you tell me again? Goddamn. Okay. Definitely should have been paying attention. Okay. Or maybe I was supposed to backtrack over there. It's hard to say. Yo, Aku. Thank you for the prime sub. Welcome in. How you been, man? Also, yeah, quick shout out over to Aku. Been, as you probably know, I've been lurking in a lot of your karaoke streams. So yeah, you definitely for what's worth, you definitely sing really well. But yeah, let me do that real quick. That I agree. Oops, excellent. Typing hard there. Yeah, good. Stream's been going well. Yeah, I'm glad to hear it. Glad to hear. Oh wait, I think I spelled that wrong. My bad. Okay, ignore that shout. Ignore that shout. My bad. There you go. I think I forgot to put like an R somewhere there. But yeah, there you go. But yeah, you guys haven't checked him out. He sings really well. And yeah. I did notice you were like singing for a good chunk of the week, so I was like, damn, to be able to like sing like on a daily basis. I could only imagine how taxing that is to the throat. And I'm talking this is from someone who's currently like dealing with some like slight like vote. I don't want to say like it's not like a significant problem. It's like I've been kind of dealing with some like slight slight throat issues on my end. So shit's a karaoke win. I already mentioned this earlier, but it's gonna take a lot. It's gonna take some shots of tequila and maybe to kind of get a bit of a confidence booster to kind of get me to even remotely try this. Don't look at shits are okay. They always say curiosity killed the cat, but I'm gonna have to take that risk and see what you did, mediocre. Your friends have been helping out with the vocal exercises and warm-ups before this week. You've been raw dog. Jesus, I can only imagine. I gotta see what you did, Mediocrity. Drunk karaoke is a different kind of beast. Yeah, I can only imagine. Oh God, that's a monstrosity. Admittedly, it's a good okay, the artwork is great, but the oh God, the artwork is great, but I don't know if you want me to show it on stream because I know you mentioned it was a sketch. I didn't know if you were gonna color it or not, but oh my God. And also, that's a pretty good interpretation of a flea. Is that a flea or is that a code bug? Because I want to say it's a code bug. If you want your permission. Yeah, it's. I mean, it's fine. It's no worries. Yeah, no, that's definitely a code bug. I'm like, oh my God, dude, that's a really humongous code bug. Let me. Okay, I do kind of want to show it just for a little bit. Yeah, let me head back over. But yeah, that is insane. Uh, showcase, all that other good stuff in between. Also, why? Okay. Yeah, that is. But yeah, as you can probably see, that is insane. Let me zoom out just a little more. There we go. Okay, Castaneda, thank you for the hydrate. Now this is Mediocrity made this one. This was apparently in canon size. I am a lot not only am I very short. Apparently, I'm a lot shorter than a code bug. Either that or code bugs or just happen to be elephant-sized creatures. But in either case, I don't know how to feel about this. I mean, the art-wise, it's very good, but still. Apparently, I'm doing micrometers still. So it's no wonder why everyone thinks they, and also it's no wonder why people think no wonder why the odds are very low. And also why is there an ice cream truck blaring in the background? Anyways, but yeah, now look, the art is good. The sketch is really good. Alex, not Alex, Mediocrity. Just literally stop stream temporarily, just like run out and get ice cream from the ice cream truck. Like ice cream for you. Ice cream, you scream, we all scream for ice cream. Yeah, but if you guys can hear it in the background, I'm sure you guys know that. You guys know the ice cream sounding truck. But yeah, the sketch is good though. We agree, I do like it. Get ice cream. Give me one of those Sonic bars. I was really big on the strawberry shortcake bars too. That and the like those red, white, and blue rocket like popsicles. Yeah, that too. That I loved it. I loved something like that. The SpongeBob popsicle, as far as I remember those too. The Spider-Man ones, yeah. I'm glad to see that the concept of the ice cream truck is still there. You know? But yeah, I miss stuff like that. Again, if none of this is an indicator of how paper thin my walls are, I don't know what it is. You appreciate how fucked up looking those SpongeBob popsicles always came out looking. Yeah, it is. Yeah, but you know, regardless of how deformed and derpy they looked, they were still delicious at the end of the day. Can't deny that. Feel like it was impossible. Yeah, it certainly was a thing. Where are you? So you go ice cream truck, you're gonna be running out to grab snack. Oh shit! I was gonna say if you had one nearby, I was like, damn, give yourself a couple of those pops. Spider-Man popsicles are the easiest one to get. Perfect. Yeah, yeah. You can't. I mean, certain shapes they've tried. Others just like get deformed into these weird looking faces. Yeah. I definitely I should relive the ice cream truck experience one day. Fortunately, I can't do it now for obvious reasons. But I could go for a popsicle now, or something similar of the sort. So remember, as a child trying to collect those, and you got the one for smart. Yeah, it's fucking nice. Wait. So where? Am I supposed to shoot the flags or something? No, nothing. Just a taste of gamba? Yeah, indeed. I remember way back in the day, the ice cream truck that came around sold Pokemon cards too. That's fucking A. And they had a whole Charizard single for sale that I really wanted, but your mom always said, yeah, gotta love your parents denying you the things you want as a kid. But and also, I can't believe they had. I mean, there was probably like a limited edition card, I imagine, but it was like, still selling Pokemon cards back. I wish they sold Pokemon. I can't say I was ever much of a card collector, but I did remember, like, I know people are like really into the Pokemon, like buying Pokemon cards and hoping. Yeah, I also heard those like have gotten like really expensive nowadays because of how many times people start card collecting. But yeah, definitely used to. Definitely remember, like, especially when Pokemon was like, I vaguely remember because like I was like really young back in the day, but supposedly like when the Pokemon craze was like really at its absolute high, they were like you could get like limited edition cards from anywhere. Like I think there was one from Burger King. There was like if you went to like the movie theater for like Pokemon the first movie or something, they had like limited edition cards. Used to be hella cheap, but now it's expensive. Yeah, as all things are when people start collecting anything. Like, I'm trying to think of another example beyond Pokemon cards. Like, I don't know. Yeah, the whole collecting stuff. Yeah, like once things become popular, it always sellers love to jack the price so badly. So the original set was still in circulation back, so then singles weren't expensive at all. The Ancient Mew Pro, I definitely remember that they had the Ancient Mew, like the Ancient Mew Pokemon card, and yeah, I definitely remembered that. Yeah, resellers, yeah, they usually just end up ruining the whole thing in general. It was kind of the same thing with like, and not even just like cards. It was like the same thing with like, with other stuff like, trying to think of like another thing. Like Jordans, obviously they were expensive as is, and then for a while, like the Jordan ones were like got jacked up for a good while. I think it's kind of slowed down now, but yeah, scalpers, yeah, always down to ruin a good thing. Never doubt them one bit. Okay, so I kind of forgot what I was supposed to do here. So I was thinking maybe we should head back and just figure out what I was supposed to do, because it doesn't give me the instructions afterwards. So just really stop trying to get. Yeah, because like when you jack prices up so badly, I can only imagine like it doesn't really. It's either gonna like heal your stuff, or you're just gonna get completely discouraged from wanting to like continue on. Obviously, so it's like I don't know, but Scalpers always come in, they ruin a good thing as always, and yeah, things no longer become as popular. So that's why you can never get any graphics cards on. Yeah, that's a whole other thing itself. There's nothing I would love more than to like upgrade my graphics card,
Spyro.
but yeah, I don't know if I'm willing to pay an arm and a leg non-stop for it. That's for sure. Again, in an ideal world, we wouldn't have to worry about any of this, but we never live in an ideal world. So. Yeah, it is unfortunately messed up, but it is what it be too. Yeah, but yeah, that is what it is. I do think it's some. With that said, I feel like I do have to eventually upgrade my PC. I didn't think 5 years was gonna be too old, but with the way today's games are, yeah, my PC aged up really quickly. Like my Spider-Man playthrough is probably like the most obvious example where I could barely run something like even on medium graphics while streaming at the same time. Even now, it like tends to stutter really badly. So I was like, yeah. Well, you got dip. You going to sleep, but because you have a trip in a couple hours. Yeah, you're all good, man. Have a good one. I'm sorry you didn't successfully get me uppies, but yeah, at least you tried. Or else you're just gonna corpse the whole way. Well, yeah, true. But yeah, hope you have a good one, man. Talk, and yeah, a very good talk for you. Got 100%, yeah, yeah, we'll sell for it. We'll sell for the 100. Yeah. Just gotta stop shooting with that. Let's. Yeah, I have to figure out. Kind of forgot what I was supposed to do here during the first playthrough, so I was like, I have to remember now. Shit. Okay, you don't need to shoot me. There we go.
Hey Spyro, we need those flags to prove our secret mission was successful. But the flag keeper keeps stealing them. If you can knock the flag keeper down, you could bring the flags back. My secret decoder ring says.
Okay, so I'm supposed to shoot a flag keeper, but I did not see the flag keeper at all the entire. So I'm curious if he's like hiding somewhere. Oh shit. Or what? But oh well. He would have to be nearby the flags, obviously, so. Damn. It be what it be. Where the flag? Yeah, I might have to check a guide for that one. yeah. If you're not lurking at this point, yeah, hope you have a good one, Party Fry. Yeah, I already got the talisman. Yeah, all tucks all around per usual.
My ugly sister was supposed to get the.
Shoot off the flagpole. which usually apply to but they'll have to be up on the roofs, usually. Oh, I think I see it. I see it.
So, you want that flag, eh, Dragon? Well, two can play at this bombing game. Let's go.
That's all. Oh, damn.
Ah, you won't. All right.
Just avoid the bombs. Oh shit. Fuck.
Oh,
Alright. Oh yeah, daily uppies as always, Aku, if you want to. Not that you need to, but that's an ugly looking baby.
Great! But there are still 2 flags out there.
I ain't gonna lie. Rip me. Yeah. I mean, you wouldn't be the first to try, certainly won't be the last, but the chances of you guys successfully giving me obvious, again, very minimal dust. One day. One day. We shall see.
still after my flags, Dragon?
At least could throw it back, yeah. When in doubt, yeah. Even on your word, even on a good or bad day, you can always throw it back. And yeah, and thank you for the throw back too. Fair is fair. Oh shit. Fuck. Got hit.
Oh,
Fuck, he throw it. Of course he had to throw it in my direction. Yeah. A little throw back. Back it up. If you back it up, is it fat enough? I love that. Love that little beat. I listen to a lot of it like over on Koi stream, so it's like it catches on after a while.
oh,
Oh shit. Well, yeah. When I throw it back, is it fat enough? There we go.
You're so close, Spyro.
Just one more flag. Got it. Got it. Don't stop hitting. Okay, there we go. There you are. Of course you're up there.
you won't get my last flag so easily, Purple Beast.
Here we go. Oh. There we go. There you go. Yeah, go pout.
Great job, Agent Spyro. How can we repay you for your efforts? How about this orb that I found in the sand?
This orb. This nice, beautiful orb. Is that all? Oh yeah, that was all of it. Let's get the hell out of here. Nothing says calm and relaxing like on the verge of being killed. I mentioned this earlier, but I was like, yeah, I don't know. Something about the human models just really creeps me out. I think a lot of it's just like them being in in the world that's usually surrounded by a whole bunch of and like a whole bunch of anther, you know, anther figures, I guess. There we go. I went through Sever already? No, not yet. Oh, right. I forgot. I completely forgot. I completely forgot that there was one other hidden orb that we had to get over in the Speedway. But I have to actually kind of find wherever it is. It's usually hidden along the line somewhere. Where'd you go? Oh. I didn't see shit. Okay. Yeah, they're usually hiding around somewhere. That wasn't where I was supposed to go, but yeah, let's go with that. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Did you eat? I kind of ate like a peanut butter jelly. Kind of. But probably not as much. Kind of only ate half of it. I was kind of, the other half was just like literally yapping nonstop, admittedly. Kind of. Okay, well, you know, I mean, what's important is that I ate, right? At least ate something. Right? Maybe? Okay, fine. I'll tell you what. I will tell you what. Post stream, I'll definitely eat. I promise. Soren, don't worry. It's all good. In the neighborhood. Oh yeah, there you are. Or maybe? No. Fuck. Oh wait, there it is.
We've been having a crime problem here in Metro Speedway, but I think you might be able to help. A band of cat burglars have been raiding my re-election funds by scaling the walls of the building.
You don't need to classify them as cat burglars. You know, absolute discrimination on all things cats, I swear.
Hunter can knock the scoundrels off of the buildings, but we'll need you to catch the loot before it lands in the canal and gets lost. Good luck. Hunter is waiting for you.
Listen, cat burglars is a stereotype. We're not that devious. We aren't kleptomaniacs or anything, you know. At least not as often. but you know, that's besides the point. You know, still a very exaggerated stereotype. Hey, Turtle, welcome in. And no offies, please. You know my role. You know my role. Damn. What makes this worse is that Hunter's a cheetah, and he just follows through on the stereotype like it's nothing. There we go. One more. There we go.
Well done. You really taught those crooks a lesson.
And I get a pretty nice shiny little orb. Okay, we can get out of there. Wait, what did I miss over in Autumn Plain? Oh wait, Autumn Plains is just the main world. That's not an issue. The adventure continues. It continues. Alright. Yeah, we'll head over to Zephyr. Enjoy the rest of your stream. I'll be heading to work. Yeah, you have a good one, Soren. I appreciate you stopping in. Oh, 07. It's a very surprisingly very graphic game, like very graphically violent games.
Okay, Spyro, looks like we got us a bit of a situation here. The breeze builders have got us pinned down, and we've been waiting for a volunteer to blow up their munitions building. Looks like you're it.
Okay, as I run straight into that. Get out of there. Yeah, have a good one. Yeah, yeah. With Soren, you have a good one. Ow. Damn birds. Get out of there. Oh, God, I miss all that. There we go. Oh, well. Fuck. Okay, well, that's not honestly dangerous whatsoever.
Dang cannon just ain't working for me. Do you think you can blast that bird, soldier? Jump up here and give it a try.
Yeah, the way. Let's see. There we go. Get this taken care of. Shit, missiles. Ow. Yeah, there. Intriguing. Alright, we got that taken care of. Let's keep going. Trollish birds. Ow. Okay. Alright, get that all taken care of. Fuck. Wait. There we go. Oh shit. Oh Jesus, 4 orbs. Yeah, 4 orbs and a talisman. Okay, it's a lot to do on this level. And I completely forgot to open the door there as well. Oh, there we go.
Wow! What an explosion! It sure is a good thing I had my helmet on. Oh,
When in
yeah,
doubt.
the Colonel wanted me to give this talisman to you if you got through the breeze builder defenses. Good job, soldier.
Oh, a bomb. Okay. Yeah, there was something down there.
My name is Little Bo Peep, and I've lost my cowlicks. With these battles going on all of the time, they keep running away. Can you help me get them back into my pen?
Let's get back. Oh wait. Oh, spring. There we go. Civil enough. Get your ass up there. Damn it, I got there. Wait. There you go. Where are you guys anyways? And there's like 2 orbs attached to this, so I'm worried that this is gonna be like a case of me having to traverse.
What light from yonder window breaks? That window up there, dummy! The professor said he was working on a way to help me get back with Juliet, but I haven't seen him in a long time.
Find the professor. Alright, so... Oh, shit. We'll get back to that real quick. I'm pretty sure there's like... Or a little more... 400, whatchamacallits. Somewhere around. I'm not seeing it though. Oddly intriguing. Yo, Bailiff, welcome in. Welcome in. I've been well. Ah, shit. Oh. Come on, get that bird. Or at the very least. How's it going? Yeah, it's going doing good. Just chilling along per usual. Yeah, we've been well, Bailiff. Oh. Oh, this will be useful. Get your ass back up there. There you go. But yeah, hope you went well, Fail. Oh god, the mystery jar again. Oh, and they canceled out. Oh well. I don't think it'll matter. Oh shit! I lost it. You good? Just chilling the rest of the way? Yeah, I'm glad to hear, man. I guess see about. Hopefully, I guess see about trying to. Okay, there we go. Oh shit. Okay, wait for that to cancel out. There we go. I'll get your ass in there. No, don't climb. There we go. And thank you for Search Underfighter. And Hydrate, the care package.
There are 2 more cowlicks out there somewhere, but I haven't seen them in days.
Oh, 2 more. Guessing you're. I only guessing you guys are far out somewhere. Out into the open vastness. Bonk, thank you. I do appreciate it. Oh, wait. Also forgot to get that little red gem over. Oh, wait, that's not where I'm supposed to go. Where the... Okay, there it is. There we go. And maybe just in case, grab a little bit of that super flame. Wow. Shit, we're kind of hoping that was gonna be breakable. Oh well. Up, up, up. Let's go. Alright, there's one of them. There's the other. What's going on? Oh. Fuck, what the hell was going on up there? Well, that sucks. That's not ideal. Fuck. Okay, damn it. So close. There we go. Come on, how are you stuck? No! Damn it. Are you out there? Oh, awesome. What to do with you? Fuck, you're gonna be hard. You're gonna be ridiculously hard to take care of. Just had the position properly. There we go. Come on, move forward. Reverse forward. There we go. Must have some really flame retarded asses, like flameproof asses, like for them to handle that much heat. Alright. Let's get this out of the way. Oh, come on.
Well, I am impressed. You got all 7 cowlicks for me. Here's a flip.
A fair reward. That deserved 2. Shit. Okay, it's 2 more orbs. I think we should be good. Here was thinking I could reach that. Alright. Let's traverse back around. Oh, there.
Spyro, my boy, I've got a magic bean, seed for you in here somewhere.
The bean cake?
Ah, here it is. Why don't you plant it in the ground and see what grows?
Oh, that's nice and cute. Ow. Ah, shit. Okay, so we need a second seed somewhere. Maybe. Come on. Grab it. There you go. Okay, so we're gonna need like 3 separate seeds then. If I can reach it, that is. Well, can't use it here, obviously, so we're gonna have to kind of use it. Maybe? Jeez. Okay, that's not it. Here? Oh, yeah. Fortunately, it doesn't look like any of these are ideal spots at the moment. Except... There we go. Slide backtrack right here, and yeah, here we go. No, nothing over here. Okay, this is gonna take some traversing. And there we go. Ow. Ow. Jesus. Okay, well. got that taken care of.
Well done, my boy. Here are 2 more seeds to get you the rest of the way. Oh, and take this with you if you don't mind. It's been cluttering up my pockets.
Another orb. Another orb for the collection. Okay, I see. And, okay, I see. See the rest of the puzzle the way in. Or, yeah, I thought I did. How do I bring... Okay, so how do I bring this up? Oh, wait, never mind. I know. Oh, shit. Here we go. Stop. Come on, swap. There we go.
Romeo, Romeo, wherefore art thou, Romeo? Oh, there's Romeo. You can have this. I don't need it anymore.
Yo, Rep, welcome in. How you been? What beautiful. That is admittedly one cool design though. Wait. Except I didn't see. That was a kiss? Oh, okay. Just finished your D&D game? Didn't die? Now time to... Yeah. Hey. Now would be a good time to chill as ever, right? So, it's all good. So I did complete... No, I almost completed all of it. Is the DM angry? Yeah, let's hope it doesn't... Yeah, let's... well, here's the thing. Speaking for someone that probably isn't too familiar with D&D, yeah, I hope that session turned out well. Fuck. Oh, what an adorable couple. So it might be... Oh, jeez. 07. Yeah, hope that... well, regardless, let's hope it turns out well for you, Rap. Alright, the mystery jar. Which I probably shouldn't call it a mystery jar, but oh well. Where are you gems. How am I still missing gems? No, here we go. It's all good. How's Spyro, the newer piece? Yeah, it's been going great so far. Admittedly, this is probably a little bit of a short playthrough to the stream. I've spent like a good chunk of it yapping, but you know, at this point, it's kind of like classic me at this rate. Yeah, but no, it's still we're on Spyro 2 right now. It's been fun. Yeah, just join the vibes as usual. Yeah, I've mentioned before, but I was like, I didn't think I was gonna be better. I didn't think I would ever find myself be having more nowadays, but yeah, strangely enough, I have. Oh fuck. Oh. Am I missing another gem around this? Oh, the green gem. There. There we go. Yeah, we don't have to. We don't really have to exit like through the portal. Yeah, we could just go through the guidebook. So yeah, it is what it is. Alright, so where are we at? So we still have like 13%, but I also might have to call it here. I might.
Would you like me to? Great.
Oh, you just kind of took me back here. Okay, sorry. Let me traverse around a little bit to see if, like we can get something, get a few other things done, but let's see. Alright, I see one orb there right away. Damn, all that effort just for 10 gems, I guess. And a gem here. Sorry, yeah, probably should traverse around a little bit just before I decide on this. Ow. Fuck. Oh, fracture shells.
Oh, Spyro, hello. I'm having trouble with this door, but I think some orb power might unstick it. Ah, I see you've got...
Magma cone. Alright, let me check a little more.
Would you like me to take you to a world where you can find a new tower? Great.
Okay, I don't know why you just teleported me back there, but okay. Why the hell not? Fuck it. Nowhere close to done. Yeah, so I think I'm probably unfortunately gonna have to call it here. I have work in like roughly about an hour, so yeah, I think I'm gonna have to call it. So yeah, unfortunate. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but you know, it'd be what it'd be. So yeah, I guess with that said, yeah, thanks. Well, okay. Well, first of all, thanks guys for sticking around. But yeah, we also probably should find someone's raid. So let's use on. Let's use on indeed. Well, honey's naturally on, but we kind of raid honey a few times. Also, I'm seeing two people going Kappa trains, which I'm very tempted to kind of go, but like the two people in question are Frankie and Rexon, but but Neko's also on. A lot of good choices as usual. Harley's also on, but we've raided into Harley as well. Rexon did a bit ago. You doing a sub. Yeah. It's all good. Rhea is on as well, and I haven't raided into Rhea. But yeah, man, yeah, kind of, you know, I think maybe we could probably raid into Rhea, so. Guess it's trained in. Yeah, your dad, or it's taking a while to kind of, you know. So. But yeah, I'd say, yeah, I'm gonna raid into, let's raid Rhea, so. Oh yeah, also we need raid message, so. Yeah, yeah, thank you guys once again for sticking around. I will, as always, because it's Saturday, I will have a schedule. I'll try to have a schedule out tomorrow, if not on Monday, and yeah, hopefully we should have a bit of a more productive week ahead of us. Here's hoping. We'll see. I always say my usual go-to messages, we'll see, whatnot, but yeah. Raid message. I don't know, I guess we'll go Ubby's raid or something. That or I could just cancel and then like re-raid, so. I don't know, but in any case. Hold on. Let me try to multiply that. I could just cancel re-raid and restart the raid. Yeah, so. But yeah, yeah, I'll see you guys. But yeah, I'll see you guys next week. We'll see how it goes. All that good stuff. So bye.